Hi, ladies and gentlemen. This is Jeff Nyquist, and this is another edition of Friends and Enemies. And I'm Jeff Nyquist in United States, and with me is my co-host Alex Benesch in Germany. And we're going to be discussing today the alliance of the far right with Moscow, going way back, historical revisionism, the David Irving, Francis Parker Yockey, Willis Carto, and all the cast of characters that are the real Nazi movement or Nazi diaspora or neo-Nazi or Hitler-friendly people. What is that about, and how does that fit into the grand strategy and the manipulation of right, left, center, etc.? So, Alex, why don't you open it up with some comments from your notes?
Well, I mean, for obvious reasons, the actual conservatives over here, real conservatives over here, they would not interact with the Soviets. This was a given, and from the defectors, obviously, we know that the main tool of Russia in the West was the Social Democrats, but the Russians also worked with the extreme right wing over here. And so this is when, historical revisionism became a big thing. So suddenly, the right wing, extreme right wing, they proclaimed to be the victims. They were the victims of World War II. This all this stuff. The Holocaust supposedly didn't happen. Hitler never wanted war. All this stuff that started almost
Yeah,
right after 1945.
there's a big school in Southern California. It's called the Institute for Historical Review. It was founded by Willis Carto years and years ago, and they published all this stuff. Some of them from former pro-Hitler Germans. They would do translations, books denying the Holocaust, everything from minimizing it to denying that it happened. There was something. There was a guy that went to Auschwitz and declared that the gas chambers weren't used to eliminate all these
Mr.
people.
Leuchter,
Mr.
Cole,
Leuchter, and you had this fellow in Canada who was publishing, sort of uh, pro World War II German Samisdat. I think they called it something like that. Do you remember his name?
well, I think it was Mr. Zündel and
Mr. Zundel.
Adrien Arcand. I think the Canadian
Yes.
guy who was protecting him or financing him or
And
something.
there was also a French guy who was in Auschwitz who claimed he never saw any, um, and he wrote a little book. But there was a lot of this literature that they then published, sort of trying to recast the war, and then it was focused on things like the bombing of Dresden, on American and British killing of civilians in the war, sort of the way they're focused now on and Israel's at fault for killing civilians in Hamas. And so there was this moral equivalence thing going on where people weren't looking at the scale of the thing. And of course, it's strategic bombing was controversial because there's the strategic bombing survey after the war said, we're not sure this really had that much of an effect on Germany. But all that aside, their emphasis is in this historical Institute for Historical Review is to minimize German war guilt and make the West equally or more guilty. And it had a kind of an anti-capitalist, anti-liberal, and there was they really hit it, but there was a kind of pro-Russian slant. And I
Hmm.
had mentioned in a previous broadcast that I went to the airport at the Irving, at Irvine, California. There was a airport hotel. I forget if it was the Hilton or what it was, but Willis Carto, I think it was 1992 or 3, he had just come back from Moscow. Willis Carto, the publisher at that time of the Institute for Historical Review, all these publications, who had also was the man who published Francis Parker Yockey, the American Nazi, who wrote Imperium, which is considered the 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 biggest Nazi theoretical work since Mein Kampf, right?
Yeah.
So Cardo was there, and I wanted to meet him and ask him about his trip to Moscow because I always believed there was this closer connection between the Nazi diaspora and the Nazis and Moscow at that time. And of course, that was before this book on Yaki came out that kind of exposed things. And you have some stuff on Yaki too, and these Nazi networks in Europe. But Karto, I said, well, how did the Russians treat you? Oh, they're great. They're our friends. They're on our side, he said to me,
Sure. Well,
which was amazing.
the revisionist literature, it came in different flavors. So you had stuff that was flat out illegal here. Now this is different than, let's say, the United States, where you have the Constitution and you can say all kinds of crazy stuff. But over here, a lot of this material was flat out illegal, but you could still buy it under the table, or you just take a trip to Austria, the neighboring country, and you buy it from Austria, and the Austrians were getting it from somewhere. Sometimes this stuff was printed, in German language. Sometimes it was printed in America and then shipped over here, shipped to Europe, or they would find some printing house somewhere that would actually make this stuff. So you could get the illegal stuff if you asked around, but there was also the legal revisionist stuff, which was still very manipulative. And
now, for the American audience, this is new to us because we have total freedom of the press. So this is a little different. This Nazi literature is not illegal here, but it is in Germany. So maybe you could explain the laws there.
Yeah.
What is specifically illegal in Germany?
It's sort of legal to own, but you cannot say the stuff in public. So as far as I remember, if you have this extreme literature, you're sort of allowed to own it, but you're not allowed to print it, you're not allowed to sell it, you're not allowed to offer it, and you're not allowed to say these things in public. So it's a bit of a it's a bit of a complicated affair, but you could always get this stuff. Now, for the most part, the extreme right-wingers would cry about censorship, but you could always get access to this material. And sometimes you would get AM radio signals, you would get shortwave radio signals where people would read this stuff or they would talk about this stuff. So you could listen to it on the radio as long as the radio antenna was outside of Germany or Western Germany at the time.
So let me ask you: do you think that having it illegal made it more attractive to people and made it more credible to them?
Well, sure. I mean, it made it more interesting, I think, but it's
because it's forbidden.
Once the internet became a thing, you had access to this stuff 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. You didn't even have to pay money, and you didn't even have to ask around, for a copy or videotapes or anything. So it's everywhere. And so the audience was not just your stereotypical neo-Nazi, the people who were actual Nazis, or the children of these Nazis, or the shaved head variety of neo-Nazis. But this stuff was read by many more people. So you get your normal conservatives, the normal conservatives who would also be exposed to this material. So this is where kind of this where this propaganda reaches a wider audience, and so it becomes a thing. And many times this wider propaganda could then be used when something new happens, something important happens. Like, for example, let's say the Vietnam War, or this happens, or that happens, or now Ukraine happens, right? So anytime something important happens, the Russians can create a narrative based on these older narratives they've already spread around. So, for example, with Ukraine, the Russians, they say they're fighting Nazis, but they're saying, unofficially, we're fighting the Jewish world conspiracy. And what is the biggest tool of the Jewish world conspiracy? People think biggest tool is America. So America becomes the enemy, and as long as you can untangle, as long as you can detach Western Germany from the United States, Germany can then be taken over. Now,
Yeah.
with
Hmm.
the defectors like Jan Schena or Anatoly Golitsyn, they told us the main tool was the Social Democrats because they would turn everything left, and then it could be taken over with a coup d'état or by having an actual war. But the same strategy kind of was also applied through the extreme right wing. Because if you detach Germany, that's it. We're done. We can't defend ourselves.
So if you can chip away at
Yeah.
the center right conservatives by the
Mm-hmm.
far right ultranationalists, neo-Nazi or Nazis, you could then weaken the regime or the republic, the federal republic, enough so that you could then take it over and move it, realign it with Russia, which was always Moscow's goal, to break up NATO and realign Germany with Russia. This is one of the key things. And if you want to understand Soviet foreign policy, understand that breaking up NATO and realigning the whole of Germany and the industrial part of Germany with Moscow was absolutely, that was the
Yeah.
cat's meow. That's what they wanted.
Now, of course, when you have a legal system like ours, where certain things are just forbidden, this is when the post-war internal intelligence service, the Verfassungsschutz, they were trained specifically to recognize the signs if a person or a politician or a group, when they start to use certain phrases and terms, this starts to smell. You
Mm-hmm.
kind of assume that they're basing their ideology on revisionist literature and
Mm-hmm.
classic traditional conspiracy literature. So these intelligence people, they're trained to listen for these signs, and when they collect enough of these signs, they have the legal foundation to actually spy on an organization. And use
Mm-hmm.
all the means available for espionage. So, I mean, if you know this stuff, you can basically do this yourself. You listen to somebody talk, politician, a party, whatever. You listen and you can basically tell what books this person or the members of the organization, what books they have in their shelves. And you
Mm.
know it's this book, it's that book, it's that book, it's a bit of Irving, it's a bit of this guy, it's a bit of that guy, because it's always the same. And so the intelligence service can then look further, and oftentimes they actually find these super radical ideas, hiding
Yeah. Now
behind a
let's. So
facade.
you mentioned David Irving, and I just would. He sort of became important or recognized. His first successful book was a book about the bombing of Dresden,
Yeah.
and he depicted it as the most horrific,
He
war
added a
crime.
zero. He added a zero at the end of
Yes,
the number of victims. I mean,
yes,
mistakes happen, but you don't just add a zero and turn 25,000 into 250,000.
yeah. And he had this suspicious friend who was involved, according to Ian Pachepa in his book Disinformation, who was helping him. He was a German, and he was helping him and advising him. And this guy supposedly was involved in the KGB operation that the Romanian Securitate intelligence was also involved in, which was to discredit Pope Pius, the Pope during World War II, as being Hitler's Pope, which he was not, and an attempt to damage the Vatican, damage Catholicism in the eyes of the world with this. And he wrote a play. Let's see, what was the play called? It was called. Um, no,
Something or the other.
can't, can't remember the name. It was his. He was a the Pope was had a special position in Germany, liaison with Germany, before he became Pope. Pius did, and it was the title of that office that he held. But it was a play. It was fiction. It wasn't even documented, but it became very popular in Germany, and this whole story spread to the United States. I've even heard it repeated by Americans, that know about it by some means. Um, and so it's at any rate, David Irving. So, what do you know about Irving's connection to these ultra right groups in Germany?
Well, Irving was networking. Irving was networking with virtually all the important guys. So I have notes on all the important organizations and individuals. So I mean, um, for example, you had this character named Ernst Zündel. So he was from Germany, and then he was operating in Canada. And he had an actual deal with the Voice of Russia. That was a Russian government radio station, and they had antennas in Kaliningrad. Now that was part of Germany once, and it's now this tiny little territory, basically to the east of current Germany, and that territory is owned by the Russian state. So they have missiles there, but they also had these antennas. So they were blasting a show by Ernst Zündel, towards Germany. So the West German state, they couldn't shut down this antenna because it was on Russian soil. But this show could be, you could listen to it with your car stereo, with your regular radio, because I think it was an AM frequency. We called it Mittelwelle, so it was easy to listen to. And he talked about this Holocaust stuff, this revisionist stuff. So at some point, this became a diplomatic incident, and the Russians, they stopped broadcasting his program, and they acted like they didn't know what he was going to talk about. And so it was very important for Russia to have this stuff in public, because then the left here could the left could work on this and expand on this mythology that Germans can only be saved by socialism. If you let Germans be Germans, they will always turn out to be fascists. They will always turn out crazy and start attacking everyone. And so all right-wing activity was built as evidence for that leftist view on things. And so you still see it in television shows to this day, leftist shows. If you let a German just be, a German, if you just let them live, this will turn out into a nightmare. They need to be under socialist control from birth onwards. And this is also a reason why I think this revisionist stuff was helped by Russia. So one benefit, you get people to disengage from America, because America is controlled by the windmills of Zion. But you also galvanize the left, and you tell them the clock is ticking because America is fascist, and everybody else is fascist, and so there has to be a socialist revolution in Western Germany, so the fascists don't win. So the clock is ticking, they said. And so all these people, they knew each other, they were referring to each other, they were working with each other, they met at these conferences. And maybe we should do it in a chronological fashion, because this started almost right after the war. So in 1949, there was a new organization. They called themselves the Brotherhood. And the founders were two guys. One was Alfred Franke Grigsch, and the other character was Helmut Beck Breuchsitter. Now, of course, for obvious reasons, the CIA was looking at this group and tried to infiltrate this group. And they preached being neutral. So Germany was supposed to be neutral, not take sides in the Cold War. But this was, of course, silly, because back then, our security depended on America. If we untangled from America, if we didn't get help, we could be overrun in like a few days. And so this goes on to
because
this.
the Soviet armies stayed in Eastern Europe,
Yeah.
where most of the Americans went home initially, and it was very vulnerable. I mean, the Western militaries
Yeah.
weren't prepared, but of course, the only thing we had the nuclear weapons to stop them.
Yeah, so this Franke Grigsch guy, he wanted a deal with the USSR. And when people were criticizing him internally, he told them, "No, I'm just pretending. This is just so we can get more things maybe from the Americans. This is just strategy." But many organizations like this, they did work with the USSR. They took money from the USSR, and
so he was basically a Soviet agent.
well, he surely wanted to be, and he surely wanted to be, and
well,
so
he's taking their money and he's doing. But it's interesting.
Yeah,
When you read defector literature, they talk about these people. They say, "Look, we let them do what they want, but we're there to kind of tweak it to guide them to make sure that it serves our interest."
Yeah, and so this Mr. Alfred Franke Grigsch, he was a member of the SS. And also the SD, Nazi intelligence. He was involved in the Holocaust. Now, obviously, they like revisionist literature because it takes the pressure off of these guys. And so from 1945 to 1947, Franke Grigsch was a prisoner of war with the British. And British publications, they believe he actually worked for MI6 for a while. And now many people did this at the time, and they did this for a short period until the Brits they lost interest in these guys, like Heinz Felfe. Heinz Felfe, for a short while, he was working for the British.
To work for the British.
And so Franke Grigsch, ex-member of the SS and the SD. He was connecting with the English fascist Oswald Mosley, and he was also working with the American Francis Parker Yockey. And so the goal was to create a fascist international movement. And this goes on to this very day. So the names have changed, the faces have changed, but it's still the same thing. Work with the Russians.
Now the Golden Dawn, they're part of that, right? The Golden Dawn Party in Greece.
Well, it's just they always want to go cross-border because then they can sort of hide operations and money from a particular national, intelligence service. So, for example, Europe is fairly small. Germany is about 1/3 the size of Texas. So if you have cross-border operations, this really, really is horrible for the police forces and for the intelligence services, because they have to be bureaucratic. They cannot just move beyond the border and do something.
Right, they have their jurisdiction.
Exactly. So if you do this cross-border hopping thing, you can get away with more, especially when these different countries don't collaborate with each other that much. And so they always want to have an international fascist movement.
They're in Argentina, they're in all these Chile, they're in these South American countries, Paraguay, whatever, and they're in. I remember they had Skorzeny was in Madrid, I think, as I remember right.
Yeah.
You had various elements associated with the Croatians. The Croatian anti-communists had connections to these extreme right-wing Germans, right, and to the Franco regime. Kind of sheltered some of them, if I recall. So you had these linkages to the Spanish-speaking world. You had these linkages, and I don't know how they got into Greece with the Golden Dawn, but you have probably some in Scandinavia, I would guess.
Yeah, but of course, there were always extreme right-wing circles everywhere, and they hate, some of them they hated socialism, but they kept their options open, and so these people more and more they converted and became pro-Russia, and thought this was their best way to go. This Mosley guy, Oswald Mosley from Britain, he married he married his mistress, and they married in secret in Nazi Germany on October 6th, 1936, in the Berlin home of Germany's Minister of Public Enlightenment and Propaganda, Joseph Goebbels, and Adolf Hitler was their guest of honor. Now imagine that family photo album. Oh, look at the wedding photos. There's Goebbels and there's Hitler. I mean, that crazy. Okay, so it was that crazy, and yeah, and so Mr. Frank Grigsch, he was working, with the Eastern Bloc, and at some point he went to East Berlin to talk to the Soviets, and this is how he established more contacts with the Soviets. And ultimately, he was arrested in East Berlin with his wife, and that's how that went. But this is sort of the standard operating procedure for the extreme right wing. You establish contacts with the East, and you try to get their money. And there were so many of these groups. You had the SRP party in Western Germany right after the war. This was essentially a Nazi party. So they had the whole, the clothing, they had all the stuff, it was that ridiculous. And the leader was Otto Ernst Rehmer, and he was leaning towards the USSR too. And of course, the American and British intelligence services, they infiltrated the SRP, and it was then banned. So that was the end of that party. Then you had Mr. Wolf Schenke and the Third Front. That's what they called it. And they also had contacts in the East. They started a newspaper, and they were networking, and they're trying to create this bigger movement. And they were calling for the neutrality of Germany. And again, this was just, disengaging Western Germany from the United States, so Western Germany could be taken over by the Russians. And so, and they were also getting into this.
How many of them? Yeah, I mean, if you study the individuals leading these movements, and they're very obscure. I mean, we don't hear anything about them here in the United States. Do you think they knew what was going to happen if they succeeded in making Germany neutral, if they got what they wanted? Or do you think they were just kind of dupes who were just doing this out of their own crazy ideology? They were crazy Nazis, and they didn't understand what they were doing.
No, I think they believed they could. I think they believed they could handle it because when things become serious, when there's a possible coup d'état, they thought. I believe they thought they could. They could motivate the average conservative, the average citizen, to get involved and fight with the new group, and they were hoping to survive that, to not get taken over by the Russians, because for these extreme right wingers, this seemed like their last shot, their last chance.
I mean, did they understand that if they became neutral and they separated, they would be in the same position Hitler was, only worse?
They thought if they stayed passive, they thought they can never have a German empire ever again. One that they would like. So you either lose or you have some kind of chance. That's kind of the choice.
So they were still fighting for the Reich after all that. They still had the dream that they were going to revive the Reich.
Some of the extreme right wing over here, they were working with the Americans. They created these stay behind armies, in case the Russians invade. But they knew that it would be extremely difficult, to defend against Soviet troops. So that was sort of another hope that when the Soviets invade and you can push them back, this would maybe get the extreme right wing a new empire.
There's an interesting side note. There's a book on the assassination of Patton that I have down here and that I read. here this past year, which says basically that Patton, and it has a transcript of Patton talking to U.S. Undersecretary of State about the Russian armies are staying, our armies are starting to go home. They've got to go home. The Russian
Yeah.
army's got to go home, or we're going to be in problem. And that the communists within the U.S. government saw Patton as a real problem, and that it's basically been acknowledged that Stalin put a hit on Patton. Stalin saw Patton as the number one threat, and
Yeah.
Patton was working with the Ukrainian diaspora because, of course, many Ukrainians ended up in the Reich at the end of the war, and of course there was a Operation Keelhaul to hand them back over to Stalin, which was a bit of a disgrace. But there was this movement, and Patton basically told, if you read the transcript of his conversation with this Undersecretary of State, he basically said, "Look, I know how to defeat the Soviet armies because their logistics is so horrible. What we see in Ukraine, it's meat on the hoof, it's horse-drawn wagons, it's garbage. They can't keep their army in the field against a modern supplied army. Even a smaller army can beat them." And then he said, "I can, if you give me these former German troops to equip, I could actually get them
Yeah.
out of Europe." And this terrified people in Russia. And the head of the OSS, Wild Bill Donovan, supposedly, according to this old OSS assassin that came forward at the end of his life to give this story, said that he was tasked with assassinating Patton personally by Donovan, but that the author shows there were like two previous attempts to kill him by the Russians. Once when he was flying in a plane over Poland, a British fighter plane with somebody in it tried to shoot his plane down, and his pilot was skillful enough to dive and get away and get out of it. And there were a number of these, and so Patton knew that he had stepped on it, that somebody wanted him dead. And the assassin describes the assassination attempt was bungled. That he shot Patton with this kind of air gun. He was supposed to shoot him in the head and kill him, but it shot him in the neck by mistake. He missed.
Hmm.
Shot him through the open window in the back seat of the car. When they had stopped, Patton had stopped at this monument, and they'd left the car to go on a hike, and he was shadowing them. He knew Patton always did this. This was a habit of Patton's. So he went and he rolled down the window in the back seat where Patton was, and then they had an ambush where they had a truck, swerve in the road and block them, and he hid behind another
Yeah.
vehicle
Yeah.
parked by the side of the road, shot through the window. Oh, this was his story anyway. And he said he tried to get into the hospital. He was then told to poison Patton in the hospital, but he couldn't get in. But then Patton died after he was recovering from this injury. And so he assumed somebody else had poisoned him in the hospital.
Yeah, and of course, people have to remember when if Patton worked for the government, according to the extreme right wing, that meant he worked for the Jewish world conspiracy because the United States, whole United States government is run by the windmills of Zion. Obviously, that makes Patton a co-conspirator.
Is that how they portray Patton in this group?
They portrayed everybody like this. So this was according to the extreme right wing. This was just an ongoing occupation of Germany by America, and so who's running America, according to them? Well, the Jewish world conspiracy is running America. So you could always frame this in that way, and so. It becomes this bigger narrative because with the revisionism basically tries to eliminate two things. Who started the war and, who actually started the war and second, the Holocaust. So by saying or claiming the Holocaust was fake and by claiming that, Hitler had to attack Poland and he had to attack all these other countries, you turn Germany into this gigantic victim. And so after the war, according to this propaganda, Germans become victimized over and over and over again. They get blamed for the Holocaust, they get blamed for the war. And so you could frame every single person, every single American officer, every single American, you could always frame them that way. And that makes them a target. That turns them into a legit target for these people.
There's no nuanced view of America. It's just America's the tool of international Jewry, is what they're basically claiming.
Well, unless of course, I mean, especially these days, unless of course an American is pro-Russia, then it's different. Because then this American is fighting the Jewish world conspiracy thingy-majingy.
And so David Irving, it was always interesting to me that David Irving got into Moscow, got to see the former Third Reich. I think there's some of Joseph Goebbels' diaries or papers are there. I got to access to these things in Russia so readily. And I always wondered about that. Why would the Russians let this guy who is really pro-Hitler, why would they let him into Moscow to do his research and have access to these papers? And it was, I remember now, it was Rolf Hochhuth who wrote The Deputy. The play was called The Deputy. Now I remember. The Deputy was the play, and according to Ian Pachepa, The Deputy was Stalin had basically had this operation, and it was carried out by Khrushchev to discredit Pope Pius XII. And of course, it was I think it was Martin Gilbert in his big giant book on the Holocaust, basically credited Pope Pius XII for saving Jews and fighting the Third Reich. I mean, Catholic priests were among those that were imprisoned in the concentration camps by Hitler and were fighting. I mean, it was I think it was a Catholic bishop that exposed the killing of the mentally retarded and the cripples by Hitler in was it 1940? He was doing that. I think it was 1940. They were gassing. They were using that same method. They were using the delousing agent to kill as experimentally to see if it killed Zyklon B. Right? They were using that on these, and I think they killed about 80,000 mentally retarded people before they actually the Catholic Church stood up and said no more.
I mean, if you if you read experts on the Holocaust, they will deconstruct Holocaust denials. So we can basically tell how it was constructed, right? So, for example, the entire Holocaust was done with tabulating punch card machines. So they had to gather all this data. If you had a Jewish grandfather, you were listed as a Jew, and so then the machine would calculate all these. Will calculate all this data and spit out a final list. So if the Nazi troops move into a certain area, and then the Einsatzgruppen and all this, they would pretty much exactly know who was a Jew according to their definition, because it was a really wide dragnet. So they would know where these people lived, the exact name, date of birth. And so this was done in a very bureaucratic, very German precise way. And they went for different groups of Jews in the Reich and in the occupied countries, almost like in a schedule, where they would take this group, they go to Holland, they would empty out Berlin. Well, they would go into Ukraine. Or even before they went into Ukraine, the Nazis calculated we should probably kill about 20% of these people, or maybe 25% of these people. So they had these specific plans, and then the data people had to come up with all the details.
And the Einsatzgruppen were the ones that were doing it in the East, in the occupied areas of the Soviet Union in the East.
And so
you could maybe you could explain the Einsatzgruppen. They kind of did it the old-fashioned way, right? They were shooting people, and their bodies were falling into trenches that were dug.
Well, back in the day, it was easier to kill larger amounts of people, because if you find them and you can shoot them, or you deport them into a camp, or if all that fails, you can still drive them from their homes. They will flee from their homes, and they will try to hide somewhere. And of course, if you don't have a safe place to live, a safe place to sleep, you don't have clean food, you don't have enough food, you don't have medical care.
You're going to get sick.
You're gonna get sick, and so this is sort of a strategy. You get these people that way, you get those people that way, and so on and so forth. So, so some people ended up in a labor camp. Some people went straight to a death camp, and so this was a gigantic bureaucratic effort. And so this is where the documentation is the strongest, and of course,
a tremendous effort too. Could you talk a moment about the Wannsee Conference, and do you believe that it was basically began to be organized? I mean, the actual mass killing, because there was killing before that. There was almost like ad hoc, not that well organized, and before early 1941. What was the Wannsee Conference? Was that March 19?
I don't remember exactly, but I mean,
you could. February.
It was possible to have a labor camp and just reduce the daily calories and just to reduce the conditions of living, and then have them work more. And this way, you could also get a bunch of people killed, but just to do it faster, faster, you can just have an entire camp devoted to killing. And so. I mean, European history, I mean, you saw some pretty crazy stuff in European history. I
think the real death camps were like Treblinka, the transit camps, where they were supposedly going to another camp, but they go to Treblinka and they'd process them, which meant that they would gas them all. And that way there were few witnesses. It wasn't like, people don't realize Auschwitz was a gigantic industrial park, where slave labor, I mean, there were huge numbers of slave workers there, not just Jews, but all kinds. And they did value the workers because they made war material there, they made ammunition, they made, so there were, when they were productive, but what use did they have for children and old people and people who were sick? They had no use for them, shoot them or gas them or whatever, right?
Yeah. And so,
or have them starve them.
And so, there have been crazy things in European history before, but once you add tabulating machines, punch card machines, you add the bureaucracy and all that sort of stuff, then it becomes a whole nother dimension. Because some people, when they look back at this, they thought if there hadn't been these punch card tabulating machines, from the Hollerith company. Without these machines, it would have taken way much longer, and this would have been a crazy task to have people assigned to these databases, just to compare these names and assemble these names and say, okay, for this town, we have like 30 Jews, and this town over there's another 20 Jews. To do it manually would have taken much, much longer, but the machines made it possible. And they used the same kind of machines for everything. So the trains would arrive on time. And you had to specifically make these machines for a specific task. They were not universal computing machines like we have today. So you have to make one. You have to make a Holocaust edition. You have to make the train, version of it. And so it was a gigantic bureaucracy, and this is where the evidence is strongest. And of course, this is what the deniers basically ignore completely. So this is the stuff they don't want to touch, and instead, people want to look at the deniers. They want to look at the higher ups and what they were saying or what they were putting in writing. And obviously, you don't expect things to be put in writing too much, by certain people. And of course, this is where the deniers focus on, because they think they can convince people that way if they whine about this or they complain about that, and this language is vague and that is vague. Well, that's how denial is constructed, and I think it was constructed by real professionals, maybe even Soviet professionals.
Yeah. Well, Heydrich and the SD and the people that were tasked with organizing this massacre. They were very aware. They did not want the German population in general to know. They wanted to minimize the knowledge and the witnesses. They wanted to organize it for efficiency as well. But one of the things, the big piece of evidence, and when I'm confronted with one of these Holocaust deniers, the one that I pull out is Himmler's Posen speech made in the fall of 1944. And it's a recording. They've got the actual tape, audio tape in Washington. I think it's at the Holocaust Museum right now. But there's the audio, you can listen to the audio on YouTube with translation if you don't have German. And it's really damning. I mean, and it's very funny to watch people who believe this revisionism try to explain that speech away. And I'll just describe this speech by Himmler just briefly because it's an important piece of evidence. Because it's somebody taped it. And he was speaking before a group of SS officers who were all the people involved on the SS side doing the Holocaust. And he said, this is a great heroic deed and great sacrifice that you all have made for Germany and the Aryan race that we can't tell the German people about. You have had to make the sacrifice of seeing, murdering women and children, seeing these horrible deaths and the horrible suffering. You have had to suffer that. Poor you. Mm-hmm. You had to suffer that. But you did it. You made this sacrifice, right? And so this is what the speech is like.
Yeah, and of course
is really crazy.
Of course, there had been decades and decades of conspiracy literature before the Holocaust. This started around the year 1850. That's when the left, especially the French left, this is when the left abandoned this anti-Semitic conspiracy idea. But then the right wing was picking it up, and they just copied the French stuff almost verbatim. They were just expanding on it. And so it was decades and decades of this nonsense. And this convinced more and more people of this idea that Jews have this supposed magical, this magical talent for subversion. Nobody could ever tell a single technique that was new, that Jews supposedly used, not a single new trick, nothing really, no specifics, no details. It was just the old Rothschild fairy tales, that some small family using loans and using a courier system, transporting messages with horses. That's been done for thousands of years. But they used horses, they used these birds, I think they're doves. They can transport these little pigeons, not doves.
Courier pigeons.
Yeah. Courier pigeons. That's what the conspiracy literature says. Oh, the Jewish conspiracy guys, the Rothschilds, they use these courier pigeons. Wow. As if this was anything new. But this literature had been around for decades and decades before the Holocaust, and it was pushed to such an extreme that people honestly believed in many ways that Jews had this magical subversive power. They destroyed the Roman Empire, it was said. They destroyed the French Empire. They destroyed the Russian Empire. All these Roman-style empires were destroyed by the Jews, and they were replaced by this, disgusting capitalism and, disgusting freedom and stuff. And so this idea had been around for many decades. And you have to remember, Germans had little to no experience with freedom. It's been serfdom and more serfdom, and then, things started to shift a bit for a few decades, and then came World War I, and then came, pretty shortly thereafter came the Nazis. So we just didn't have any idea about freedom. German history or European history, in a bigger sense, it was always war after war after war after war, because of all this backstabbing, because all this time, some new alliance would form, try to squash a weaker alliance. All this backstabbing, So people were used to follow orders. Don't think much for yourself, or if you read something that confirms what you already believe. And so Germans didn't even have that much experience with Jews per se,
Well, they were
because
Jews were only like 1% of the population of Germany back in the 1920s and 30s. I
well,
mean, they were
in
tiny.
the
I mean, in America,
1800s,
it's
yeah.
2%,
I
right?
mean, in the
But
in the 1800s,
yeah.
things were better for oftentimes a lot better for Jews in Germany. That's why I think a certain number of them, they came back from Eastern Europe, they came back to Germany. Some went to
And I think
Poland,
a lot
and
of some of the Spanish Jews ended up in Germany when they were being forcibly converted to Catholicism back
yeah, and so
in the 16th century.
for a long time, for the longest time, Jews had to dress in a certain way. There were actual laws. You have
Hmm.
real laws where Jewish
And they
people
were
had
in
to,
ghettos.
yeah,
Yeah.
and they had to wear Jewish clothing, and you could not, as a Christian, you could not invite Jews over for dinner. That was a law.
Mhm.
And so they didn't want any sort of mingling, so people got to know each other. And so people really didn't know anything about Jews. Nothing, really. But
Mhm.
there was this
Right.
conspiracy literature for 70 years or something. 70
Hmm.
years of propaganda before the Holocaust. And so this is why this revisionist stuff that came after 1945, this is why it's so important, because it starts out
Hmm.
small, all with the cranks and the crazy people, and then it becomes bigger and bigger and bigger and bigger, and it's decade after decade after decade after decade. So now it's been 70, 80 years of this propaganda
Hmm.
after 1945, and the Russians are using it to this day.
They are.
Um,
I'm shocked. I was going to local meetings here in Michigan of groups, and I was hearing they were talking about the Rothschilds. They would talk about, there was the thing that shocked me, and I haven't been back, was there were two guys talking about um, the Khazars, right? And
mhm.
who are the Khazars? Oh, they're the Ukrainians, and they're with the Rothschilds, and they're doing all this to us, right? Then the Khazars, of course, are the Jews from Eastern Europe that weren't really, descendants of Abraham, blah blah blah. And these are people that 10, 20 years ago, these are guys that would have been mainstream conservatives, Reagan voters,
Yeah, yeah.
right? Who now this
They're
has become part
truthers.
of the way they, right. Yeah, this has become the part of the way they speak. And it's, to me, I mean, I've been at conservative meetings for decades now. I've been in and out and seen things. And I've never seen that the atmosphere, the I guess the discourse of conservatives so disintegrated
Mhm.
and so vulgarian. I mean, these people literally, do they read serious books anymore? They don't. They're watching social media. They reject anything that's, the normies, anything that's normal, anything that was mainstream is now discredited because, of course, the communists have moved into publishing and they've taken over, a lot of the media mainstream media and the news messaging. And so they just automatically, that's the enemy, except they don't identify the enemy as communists. It's the globalists, which can mean the banksters, which can mean the Rothschilds, the Jews. It's all kind of mixed together so that you see this, there's almost this convergence of many
Yeah.
conservatives with this far right and their code words. You can see,
I mean, if you
knowing
look
like
at
you do this anti-Semitic thing, you can see they're sort of being drawn into it.
yeah, I mean, you talked about the John Birch Society before,
Yes.
and
Yeah.
you actually, I mean, this is something I hadn't even noticed before, how much this JBS literature, how much it overlaps with the foundational text by Lenin about capitalism and imperialism, because if you go back and read that Lenin text, it's 95% whining about Western capitalism because
Yes.
it was too centralized. It was too this. There was a sugar cartel, the oil business, blah, blah, blah. The same stuff that the conspiracy guys are saying. Now, of course, you can have legitimate criticisms about shady business practices and cartels, and there shouldn't be these, crazy cartels. And so there's a legitimate debate, but it's just very much a similarity between Lenin and his whining about Western capitalism and the JBS stuff about, the companies that are, visiting Bilderberg meetings or the Council on Foreign Relations or trilateral commissions. And just, it's very, very similar. And so if you look at this JBS literature, they absolutely maintained the Rothschild fairy tales. So instead of giving people an overview of the intelligence world in the 1700s and 1800s, it's just this baseline stuff. Oh, everybody else was stupid but the Jews. So with their carrier pigeons and their riders on horses, this tiny little Rothschild family and some others, they were outsmarting everybody. And they made this fortune after the Battle of Waterloo, which is completely not true. This is a fairy tale. This was a fairy tale created by a French socialist. A socialist was creating this myth.
Yeah.
And so
because initially socialism, as you point out, Karl Marx on the Jewish question even wrote an anti-Semitic tract, which you can read it and you read, there's sections of it that read just like Nazi literature. There's just no difference. But people have said that anti-Semitism is the stupid man's communism, right? Marx became more sophisticated, then realized that this wasn't going to work.
And obviously,
and they advanced, like you say, after 1848, they made this change.
Yeah, probably Americans maybe they don't understand how things were in Europe. So for hundreds and hundreds of years, you have serfdom. You have actual serfdom, and then serfdom ends here, it ends there, and people have to get used to this new situation. You have some of the new banks going on, industry is becoming a thing. So the world keeps shifting. And just 10 years, 20 years after the end of serfdom in many areas, maybe 10 or 20 years later, this literature keeps spreading. This anti-Semitic literature, which basically says that Jews invented greed and Jews invented trade and Jews invented exploitation. What?
And they invented capitalism.
Yeah.
Right?
What? Right? Trade has been around for how long exactly? And just serfdom has been around for how long? Was around for how long exactly? Thousands of years. What are you talking about? Yeah. But it's just with the Rothschilds with their pigeons and their couriers on the horses. They just what? So decades.
Arendt, in her 3-volume work on totalitarianism, the first volume is anti-Semitism, and she talks about this relationship, which is none of these people know about it, and you talk about this. This is a very important part of your knowledge base, is that the Jews were really employees of these aristocrats.
Sure.
And especially for certain tasks, espionage being one of them. You favor homosexuals and Jews to do your dirty business. Why? Because they're not Christians. Because you don't want to ask Christians to do certain tasks.
Or they don't have legal protection whatsoever.
And they don't have legal protection, and they become your creatures. So the thing is that this, and then certain deeds, when they get done, it's like the aristocrats don't want to own what they've done through their instruments. So blame the Jews. So the Jews would become a scapegoat that the aristocrats could displace the blame for their own intrigues on the Jews.
Yeah. And I think somebody asked in the comments, well, what do you think about why there has been why there have been so many instances in European history where Jewish people were put under super harsh restrictions or even evicted and they had to leave the country, and why do you think that is? Well, I think, well, part of it was, and this has been, this has been documented by actually many historians. Part of it was just insane taxation. So you could tax Jews a lot, basically, and so oftentimes Jews were, they were running parts of the subprime loan market. So smaller loans. This was sort of a business that Jews did.
And by the way, let's just explain this for a minute. That under the Catholic Church, usury was illegal. So if you needed to borrow money, somebody who wasn't a Christian, who wasn't under the Catholic Church, had to do the loaning of the money.
Yeah.
Now, the banking family, the Medicis, got around this saying it's not usury. They made some kind of argument about it's an investment,
Yeah.
right? So that
And
it's not really, it's a return
Yeah.
on an
And so
investment.
and so
But
if you have
but before
yeah.
that, it had to be Jews doing all this
So
because
if you
Christians
had
weren't allowed.
so if you had, for example, if you had a successful business for small loans going, you could be taxed a lot. And then if you
Oh
maybe
yeah.
you were trading in precious metals, you could be taxed a lot. If you did foreign trade, in rare goods, and you spoke these foreign languages, you're a Jewish person, you speak Arabic or some of the other languages, many languages out there, you could be taxed a lot. Now, for the aristocracy, this was a baseline calculation. For one well or better off Jewish guy, you had to tax so many farmers. So by taxing one Jew, you could get, or one of the better off Jews, by taxing that guy, you could get more money than by taxing, let's say, 10 farmers, 20 farmers, 50 farmers. It was just taxation. So there were special taxes on, I think, Jewish weddings, basically anything. So anything needed a permission and a tax. So this was basically about money. And the other thing was that all over Europe, and this has not been researched, I think, well enough. I think all over Europe, Jewish people were sometimes, or maybe more often, Jews were forced. Basically, Jews were forced to engage in espionage. And so this also goes back to the very first powerful member of the Rothschild family. Now, he was from a small ghetto, and the conditions in the ghetto were horrible. If there was a fire that broke out, well, good luck to you. If there was a disease breaking out, well, most of your children would die. And so for the longest time, these people, they had to live under these conditions in the ghetto, the Frankfurt ghetto. And so imagine if you get contacts with the aristocracy and they offer you a deal. They say, okay, if you work for us, then conditions for the whole Jewish community will improve. So you spy for us, or you move money for us and use your contacts. You work for us and you stay loyal. You don't steal from us. You don't snitch us out, to some other aristocratic group. If you stay loyal to us, you get rewarded, and your entire Jewish community gets rewarded. How many people would take that deal? And on the other hand, if you refuse to cooperate, the entire Jewish community would be at risk. So this is how people were recruited back then.
And
so
the Jews were conditioned to this kind of situation by that time for 2,000 years, for more than 2,000 years, because what you had when Nebuchadnezzar destroyed Jerusalem and in I think it was what was it 585 BC. I think I might be off a bit. When Jerusalem was destroyed, you had the Babylonian captivity, where he took a lot of Jews, the ones that he wanted to use as slaves, some of them very smart folks. But you had a lot of Jews just left. And so you had this Jewish diaspora that went all over the Mediterranean world. And how do they survive? Well, like you say, importing, exporting, adapting to foreign places. And of course, the Jewish religion, because they were monotheists, in a polytheistic, at that time, all the religions of the Mediterranean, except for the Jews, they were polytheists. They believed in the gods, right? The Greeks, the Romans, the Egyptians, the Babylonians, the Assyrians, the Persians were a little bit different. But for the most part, this was the world that they had to exist in. And so they were considered peculiar. And later on, when the Roman Empire, they became a subsidiary state under Herod the Great of the Roman Empire. The Roman condition was they wanted you to pay homage to the emperor who was
Yeah.
deified. And this was strictly, and then they had images. The Jews did not allow images of animals. I think it was animals, people, and of course God on their coinage or on anything. So the Romans actually had to make different coins to be used in Palestine, which is what they called the province, which became part of, I think, Syria. Was later governor of Syria was over it. They had to do it. They had to do that just to keep the Jews from revolting. And so you had then in 68 AD, you had this enormous rebellion against Rome. A horrific war. I think more than 1 million people were killed. It began with, I think, the Legion, the old Ironsides was wiped out. The Romans were they were caught off guard. And these people were ferocious. The zealots, this is where we get the word
Yeah.
zealotry from. And of course, this war in 70 AD, they destroyed the temple, again, like it had been destroyed by Nebuchadnezzar. And they destroyed Jerusalem. And then again, there was another Jewish rebellion when Trajan died, Emperor Trajan died. And this was about 50 years later. And the Jews had established themselves in Cyprus. And so this was really a horrific war. And so this warring between, and of course, there was this, among the Jewish zealots, they had apocalypticism. They were expecting a Messiah who was going to rule like David and displace the Roman Empire, and the Jews are going to be the rulers of the world. And what a lot of people don't know is 1 in 10 people in the Roman Empire were Jewish. They were much more numerous. It's like in Germany, they were 1% of the population, in the United States, 2%. I mean, there are a very small number of Jews, 20 million Jews in the world. But in those days, in the Roman Empire, they were proportionally a much larger group, which meant that a war within the Roman Empire with the Jews was serious business.
Serious business.
And so they became this pariah people. And then when the Roman Empire became Christianized, the Christians, if you look at the book of Matthew, that you can interpret it as the Jews were the murderers of Christ. And then they were then again a pariah people because they didn't accept Christ. And so this continued on. So this is kind of the history going back to, the 6th century BC.
Yeah. And
of
people
that have suffered these misfortunes. Yeah.
Yeah. So imagine if, when Jews were forced to spy or to do covert things, services for the rulers in Europe. Sometimes this would lead to a situation where somewhere Jews were considered a security risk, and so the typical the typical measures that you saw over and over again. This smells a lot like counterintelligence. So you force these people to live in a secluded area. You have curfews. They have to wear certain clothing, and oftentimes they had to wear a yellow patch. Now, if you know anything about observation techniques in the intelligence world, what would be the easiest person to follow? Well, somebody with a distinctive clothing and a yellow patch. So this was not because for the reasons that many people think. When you get these arguments from radical Muslims and radical neo-Nazis, they always tend to say, well, it's always the Jews' own, it's their own fault, because look at history. They're trying to use a historical argument because there was so much hostility towards Jews, that must mean, according to that stupid logic, that it's their own fault. But these measures in European history, that's straight out of a counterintelligence handbook. You know, they were not allowed to live anywhere and start businesses and mingle with the population. This seems like counterintelligence to me. So this is basically the big secret why,
And another sideline that I should mention, do you know who Christopher Marlowe was?
no, that does not ring a bell.
You know that there's a debate over who wrote Shakespeare, right?
Yeah, yeah.
And I went to the Shakespeare Festival one year and I got the definitive scholarly book on all the arguments about who wrote Shakespeare, because there's some problems with the idea that Shakespeare
Mm-hmm.
wrote Shakespeare, because he had no education. He was just this theater guy. And it turns out that it's believed that Christopher Marlowe wrote Shakespeare. Why? Marlowe wrote these plays, and in fact, like Titus Andronicus, it's now accepted that Shakespeare, whose name is on the play, and it's a Shakespeare play, that Marlowe wrote Titus Andronicus, for example. And so they did, they have this method that they've developed, and they had it. There was this genius in the 1890s and early 1900s who was an expert at looking at writing and determining who wrote it, because there's patterns in our writing and in our speech which are identifiable in the way we use words, because the way each person uses words is almost like a fingerprint, especially with authors, because certain words are repeated page after page, certain patterns of arranging words. And so this guy was hired to look at Shakespeare and to try to determine, and they took all the names of the people that they suspected of writing Shakespeare. And he said, it's Marlowe, Christopher Marlowe.
Interesting.
But see, Christopher Marlowe was a spy for the crown, for Queen Elizabeth. Now get this is interesting. Marlowe supposedly died in a brawl in a bar.
Really?
So how do you explain these plays were written later? Now, did he write them before? But there's a maturation in Shakespeare's works. So they've come up with the theory that his death was faked, like sometimes spies will do,
Yeah.
because he has to go to Spain or he has to go there. Now, there's a lot of brilliant conspiracies and knowledge of human nature in these plays that would be the kind of human nature that a spy would have.
Yeah.
But there's also, you look at the Jew of Malta is a play by Marlowe. Now, you look at this play, he's a huge villain. You look at Shylock in The Merchant of Venice. The depiction of Jews in Shakespeare is really amazingly negative, right?
Yeah. Yeah, and it looks like, I mean,
thing in the espionage world, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like when anti-Semitism reached the new stage, and this was basically the French early socialists. This is when it was turned into a pseudoscience. Before that, it was in literature, and it was very mythological. You had all these fairy tales basically in Europe. Of Jewish rituals, and the Jews would, kidnap a child and perform these rituals, and sometimes the dead children would then perform miracles and be declared saints and all that. But the French early socialists, they turned this into a pseudoscience. They try to have the next level of this, basically. And so some of this old literary stuff was dusted off, the Shakespeare stuff, and they use this to create the new era of anti-Semitism. And if
I would bet in Nazi Germany, of the Shakespeare plays that were translated into German, that The Merchant of Venice and Marlowe's Jew of Malta were probably played over and over again.
These historical figures like Maya Amschel Rothschild. These historical figures were basically turned into fantasy figures. So these stories were told like scamming the London Stock Exchange after the Battle of Waterloo. This was told in a way that almost reads like a novel. They describe the younger Rothschild, how he's letting everybody believe Napoleon won and all that. And so they were describing features of the character. They were describing the way he looked and just evoking these emotions. And so the historical figures were turned into novel characters. And especially with the Rothschilds. I mean, the first Rothschild essentially got the deal. You work for a specific type of aristocracy. You run money. You do certain tasks, and you will be rewarded. Your community will be rewarded. And it's always interesting when you not just recruit a single person, but you can also recruit that person's children to perform more tasks. Because if you build up one guy, he will eventually die. He will be too old. So we have to find these new guys. But if you have, and this was done in Europe all the time, and not just with Jewish people, this was super high-ranking aristocrats. They were sometimes recruiting people from, you couldn't say the middle class, but it was, an early type of middle class. They would find these people, train them, test them for their loyalty, use them for specific tasks, and then also recruit their children. Because if the father, especially if the father is in the game, if he knows how things work, and if he's secretly opening the mail of to spy for the aristocracy, you recruit this guy, and you also want to recruit his children. And if he proves himself to be loyal and capable, and his children are loyal, the children may actually get even more important tasks. So this is
it becomes a family business, basically.
Yeah, and sometimes the first guy that gets recruited will be rewarded with the smallest type of an aristocratic title, or sometimes it's the children of the guy you recruited first. So the children, if they prove loyal, they can get the smallest type of aristocratic title, not necessarily a title that is connected to larger lands or something, but it's something. And so these multi-generational recruitments, they have been done forever in Europe. And so when Jews were sometimes recruited that way, that was nothing new. I mean, it basically, you can tell these conspiracy authors either knew they were talking nonsense, or they just didn't know history at all, because they claim like this was some new thing where this Rothschild guy then recruits his own children, and they run everything and that sort of stuff.
People went into the family business. I mean, you didn't have the same kind of options for careers in those days. In the past, life was poor, nasty, brutish, and short, and you basically, your best option, if your father was doing okay at something, I better go into that, because I got a foot in the door. I'm his child.
Yeah.
What else am I going to do?
So we do not have the perfect files. Like we can point at the 20th century and look at declassified files or files that leak that describe a recruitment of a certain person. We don't have those kind of files, for the 1700s and the 1800s necessarily. But the spy game worked pretty much the same. With a few differences. I mean, if you live in a flat-out aristocracy, if you get recruited, these people own you. I mean, they own you anyways, but now they own you for real.
Well, anytime you do something that's considered dishonest, especially in the old-fashioned world,
you're done.
I mean, you could be ostracized. So you had to keep secrets, and you had to protect yourself. And so they did have you by the short hairs, because you could be exposed. And who is going to believe your version that you did it because you were working for this aristocrat? Who's going to believe you?
Yeah.
Because you're a Jew, right? Yeah.
And so you can spin this stupid narrative on and on and on forever. So when the year was 1945, this narrative was just continued. So according
Yes.
to conspiracy lore and according to the neo-Nazi literature, it was basically like this. To them, Adolf Hitler was the big hero against the Jewish conspiracy, but Hitler lost against the conspiracy because he didn't have enough friends in Britain and America. That was the storyline. That was the revisionist storyline. So Hitler supposedly tried his best fighting the Jews, but, he lost. And but the battle is still on, the war is still on. We just have to continue that war. This was the revisionist narrative. And then you had these guys. Like Mr. Rudolf Steidl. I've never heard of this guy, but because it was a long time ago. But he was an extreme right-wing guy. He was running several publications. He wanted a deal with the USSR. Neo-Nazis wanting, a deal with the USSR.
And what year was he doing his thing? Or what years?
I think this was the 50s and the 60s, and he received money. He received money from the Soviets for these publications. It was 2.4 million Deutschmark, which was a lot at the time, over the years. So he was constantly getting this money for his right-wing publications. He was getting the money from the communists. So and so the narrative was, we need a deal with the Soviets. They will help us. This is our chance to have a German empire again. And more of these guys. There was one man.
So basically, the Soviets understood these were people who were deluded. They were ideologists. They were crazy. Basically, they weren't living in reality. They were living in a kind of fantasy, which made them readily recruitable. As long as the KGB flattered these people's delusions, they could make use of them to break West Germany off from NATO.
Then we come to a man called Adolf Slavik. That name is not a joke. He was Adolf Slavik. He was a Obersturmführer of the SS, and he was creating a new organization. He called it the Nationale Liga, the National League, and he also had Soviet contacts, and he was trying to get help from the Communist Party of Austria, of all places. So he was begging them for money. He was begging them for money. And so he was offering, he was making these offers to the communists, and they were deliberating, and they came back to him and they said, well, we're gonna work with you. This is in our common interest. And so the Communist Party of Austria financed his activity. This was so ridiculous. And so the regular newspapers, they were looking at this organization and they were saying, this is like National Bolshevism. They called them the Communazis because it was so silly. And according to the CIA, Mr. Slavik traveled to Casablanca to get Soviet weapons for Algerian nationalists. He was arrested, and I think he was arrested in Istanbul. And apparently he admitted at the time to being a KGB asset, and he was swapped later.
Mr. Steidl? This is Steidl?
No, this is Adolf Slavik, former SS.
Oh, right, Slavik, okay.
Former SS Obersturmführer.
SS.
So apparently he was a KGB asset.
Now,
and
he was associated with Francis Parker Yockey. Am I getting that right?
I don't know if he was associated with him, but they were all networking. They were working with any other group, and Mr. Yockey, he was trying to work with everyone. So this is when we get to the publication called Nation Europa, or Nation Europe. And this is where Francis Parker Yockey was involved. So Yockey.
Yaki, being the leading Nazi theorist post 1945, wrote the book
Yeah.
Imperium, published by Willis Carto in the United States. And Yaki, there's a book, I think its title is Dreamer of the Day, and of course Yaki worked with the KGB, slipped over to East Germany, was working with all these groups, trying to put together this. He traveled to Cuba, he traveled to Egypt, Nasser's Egypt. He traveled to Argentina to interface with the Nazi diaspora, and these were all interconnected with the USSR. And
Yeah.
by the way, he was a Eurasianist, like Dugan.
Yeah.
He believed that Russia, Mother Russia, was the Aryan country that was going to help the Aryans bring it all together again.
Mr. Yockey founded the ELF. I kid you not, the ELF, the ELF, the European Liberation Front, and the idea was, you get enough people involved, and you arm these right wingers, and then these right wingers would they would perform a coup d'état, helped by the Soviet military. So the ELF, they wanted money from the Soviet embassy. So imagine nowadays, right now we have people in custody. We have people in custody who are being accused by the government here. They're being accused of preparing a coup d'état, an armed insurrection type thing. They had. Apparently, they had groups planned everywhere. They wanted these fighting units everywhere. And they wanted Russian help. They had prepared a letter, gave this to a person with Russian contacts, serious Russian contacts, and they expected this man to transport this letter directly to the Russian government, asking for help for what they had planned. So the same stuff is going on, apparently, to this very, very day. And so there's another angle to this when you look at Austria. Now, Austria has always been a big problem because of Soviet infiltration. Now, part of Austria was occupied by the Soviets. The Soviets then withdrew, but they left their spies in Austria. So the Austrians, they had to promise they would stay neutral, and we know what neutral means. You're too weak to defend yourself. And this, according to Jan Schena, the defector, and Anatoly Golitsyn, the Soviets, they had a very specific plan. They would stage some provocation, accuse the Austrians, and then send in troops. And they would bring in up to 400,000 troops from the Balkans, march them into Austria along with Hungarian troops, and then just go through Austria and take it over. So we have to assume that Austrian intelligence is compromised, Austrian police is compromised. Now, where was a lot of neo-Nazi activity? Where was a lot of the neo-Nazi activity during the Cold War? In Austria. So I said this at the beginning of the show. If you wanted neo-Nazi literature in Germany, you would have to travel to Austria, or you would just
And of course, the
send it in.
Russians, Austria was occupied in different zones, like Germany was. Only there wasn't a Berlin Wall. There wasn't it wasn't restricted. It was one country. But the Russians had their influential area. They had their enclave until, I forget, what year did the Soviet troops pull out of Austria? I'm
I
not
don't remember
remembering.
the year.
But I should mention that Yaki identified the United States as Europe's main enemy,
Yeah.
and urged Europeans at every level not to collaborate with Americans. And he was an American. He was an American Nazi, and of course worked with the KGB along, and was the writer that helped Willis Carto become somebody in the neo-Nazi publishing world.
Yeah. So there were people in neo-Nazis in Austria who were very active, and the laws are, in some ways, the laws are fairly strict. If you engage in specific Nazi behavior, they call it, well, I don't know how to translate that properly into English. If you try to revive a Nazi system in Austria, that gets punished pretty harshly. So, for example, if you get caught doing certain things, you would get 9 years in prison, for example. And so
Oh, wow.
some of these younger neo Nazis, they were getting themselves in trouble, and sometimes they got help from the security services. So they would sometimes make certain pieces of evidence disappear, to help someone, to help a young neo-Nazi avoid prison. The problem is when the security services in Austria, when they're infiltrated by the Russians or by, former Soviet intelligence networks, then of course the Russians would have that information. Who helped what guy in Austria? So this can become a horrific blackmail situation. And so nowadays we get some fairly prominent guys in Austria who are, they claim to be new right-wing. They used to be old school right-wing, extreme right-wing. Now they claim to be like the new type. But they're very pro-Russian and they're very pro-Dugan. And so, of course, the question arises, how many people are compromised like this?
Yeah, and Dugan's publishing, what is it called? Arctos Press, Arctos, and
Oh,
they
he's got
publish all these books.
so many publications.
And out of the UK, I think it's Arctos, and if you read the books, there's a book, Archaeofuturism, by this Guillaume Fay, this French right winger, and he fantasizes about a future of Europe where the capital of the United Europe is Moscow. It's in the
Yeah.
book, and it's very pro-Russian. And I remember I wrote a review of it that I put on Amazon, and people attacked my review saying, "Oh, that's not in the book at all." And it's like, and then somebody at the end goes, "No, Nyquist is saying exactly what's in the book because I read
Yeah.
every word of the book." He says, "No, Nyquist is right. That's what he's saying." But these people, these French right wingers, and the people that follow this line of thought in Europe, they don't even understand what it is that they don't actually hear everything these people are saying.
Yeah.
You know, they don't realize, and of course this is connected to Dugan through the Italian esotericist Julius Evola, who, by the way, Bannon is fascinated by and had a secret meeting with Alexander Dugan in November 2018, just a block away or around the corner from the house that Evola lived in Rome. And there's a what's interesting is that Yaki's book Imperium was endorsed or approved of by Julius Evola, along with one of the main writers for Robert Welch, Revlo P. Oliver, approved the book Imperium, and I think Hans Ulrich Rudel, the famous dive bomber pilot in World War II, was involved in these groups. I think if I remember right, David Irving went to his funeral, which is kind of funny. And he was an odd character. I think he was attributed with destroying 1,000 Russian tanks by dive bombing. He would pull up at the last minute, but he had this accuracy of destroying tanks. A curious character. I've read some German military biographies of people who met him, and he's this strange character. And all involved in Holocaust denial, all involved in this network you're talking about, involving Germans and people like David Irving and Americans like Yaki. And there was a Nazi general who was a bodyguard of Hitler, Otto. Did you mention him? Otto Rehmer is his name? Was that the one you mentioned?
Otto Ernst Rehmer, yeah.
Okay, yeah. So he was in this circle as well, of approving of this book by Yaki, Imperium, that Willis Carto had published. And then, but this is, the revisionism is connected with the alt-right, is connected with so how do you rate the AFD in all this? How does the AFD fit into these networks? How much is it involved in this?
Well, I mean, I mentioned this before. When you know when you know the revisionist literature, when you know the conspiracy literature, when you know how these intelligence people here are trained, you recognize certain phrases, you recognize certain ways of talking, and you can just basically guess what this person is about, what this person's influences are, what books he has, what he's going on about, and so this is basically it with the AFD. I mean, it was started by people who seemed more mainstream. They wanted to have these professors of economics and stuff, and they talked a lot about the euro and we should abandon the euro, and
Mm-hmm.
and so it wasn't that successful initially. But the more it turned into a conspiracy revisionist truther fest,
Mm-hmm.
the more successful it became. And so
And they basically harnessed anti-American feeling, and they just built on that.
they like Trump. They did like Trump. But
Oh,
anything
that yeah,
else,
that's right. That's interesting.
but
They did like Trump.
anything else American to them is just a no go. And
Now,
so it was
a question. There was a dispute between Oswald Mosley and Yaki, where supposedly they were meeting in Hyde Park, and Mosley punched Yaki in the nose.
I
I
don't remember
understand
that.
Yaki could be very obnoxious. Do you know anything about that? What that was over about?
No, not about this incident, but
Yeah, but
the I think that
they were all very obviously. There's lots of these
well
disputes within
the
these
Mosley
extremist
guy.
groups.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's one thing about Mosley, because British intelligence was very successful against the Germans for a long
Hmm.
time, and so obviously British intelligence was trying its hardest to infiltrate fascist groups, especially on British soil, and so there's something that caught my attention. So this Oswald Mosley guy, before he met his or married his mistress and married in Germany with visitors like Joseph Goebbels and Adolf Hitler. Before that, he had married the daughter of the first Earl Curzon of Kettleston, who was a member of the Privy Council, who was Viceroy of India and Foreign Secretary from 1919 to 1924. So
Hmm.
it's not easy to marry into these circles. So maybe Mosley was surrounded by intelligence people, and they were looking into his actions, and there
Hmm.
was a lot of stuff going on, counterintelligence operations.
And it's
So
part of the British deception of Hitler that you have spoken about
yeah,
before,
of course the big
possibly.
deception maneuver, and so it's hard to tell. I mean, it's hard to tell with these Brits who believed in this nonsense or who just pretended to believe in this nonsense. So
Hmm.
maybe that's
Mosley was
where this
curious. He
came
lived
from.
a long time, and he gave some curious interviews later in life. He was intelligent, and he was quite egotistical, very unusual personality.
Yeah, and there's something that I mean, when you look at all this literature, I mean, there's different styles. I mean, the message is always the same, but there's different styles. So, for example, you could expect many people in Germany. You can expect many people in Germany to own at least one book by David Irving. So even if
Hmm.
somebody is not a neo-Nazi or doesn't consider himself to be a neo-Nazi, even if somebody is a fairly normal person, that person may very well own at least one David Irving book and maybe one, two, five other things of that nature.
Now let's
Because
talk about David Irving for a second, if we could. I've read his Hitler's War. I read part of Churchill's War. He depicts Churchill as this raving drunk. It was horrible. I've got his book on Rommel, and I did not read his book on the book that made him initially famous, which is his book on the Dresden bombing, which we mentioned before. But he wrote a book on the Hungarian Revolution in 1956, characterizing it not as a revolt against communism, but a revolt against the Jewish people who were, ostensibly ruling under communism. Very curious. The lady that helped him with translations was now the current Sebastian Gorka, the American conservative's mother, who did this. There was an association between the Gorkas and David Irving, which I find rather interesting and curious because of David Irving's other associations. But of course, it was quite anti-American, anti-Jewish, anti-Semitic undertone in his writing, but he was very covert about it until Hitler's work came out, and
77.
It's a World War II. Yeah, it's a World War II history. It came out in 1977. It's a World War II history that, curiously, if you get to the end, he's lionizing Hitler as a kind of a hero who goes off to death, and he's kind of a glorification. It's very curious. There's no mention of the Holocaust in the book. He just skips right past it, right? And so he's, in a way, he's trying to rehabilitate Hitler. And later, Deborah Lipstadt wrote a book called, I think it's called Denying the Holocaust. I read the book. It was interesting because I was interested in, where is this Irving coming from? What is this? What are his connections to the Russians? I always had this thought that he had this connection, and she, brought out all these facts about he was privately a raging National Socialist, pro-Hitler, loved Hitler, did all these antics with these other. So he was part of these really hardline, and she kind of outed that, and he sued her for libel in the British court, and because she said he distorted his histories were distorted, and they went and got people that picked through Hitler's war in these books. Did he really whitewash things? Yeah, he did actual mistranslations. There's a book on the trial, on the David Irving trial, they call it, that in which they actually catch him out, and you can go through the English, the German, and how he distorted things to very subtly exonerate Hitler.
Yeah.
Which is all part of this whole. So he had a tremendous writing style. By the way, he's got this golden writing style that when you read it, it just flows on the page. And so you want to keep reading because it's so well, the language is so good. He's so talented.
Yeah.
But then it's this obnoxious anti-American conspiracy kind of view underlying everything. And when he's interviewed by the BBC or whoever, it kind of it leaks out a bit.
Yeah, I mean, his books are there. I think it's very sneaky how he did that, because at first he was accepted by even large publishing houses in Western Germany, and so at some point they had to eliminate a small passage from the book, and they didn't tell him about it for legal reasons. And this is when it all went downhill for the big publishing houses. But he was, he went in slowly. He reeled people in, and then he became more extreme gradually. But by then, people already knew him. So many people had at least one of his books, and so. Some of these books are just, I think, very, very sneaky, and I think the most profound example for me was his book on Rommel, the tank commander Rommel, because it's
the Africa Corps. Does Africa Corps
it almost doesn't mention Hitler. It doesn't mention all this other stuff. It just focuses on Rommel and how he went from an infantryman to a very successful infantry guy, inventing new techniques, and then he got, in peacetime, between the two wars, he got like the worst tank unit Germany had, because he was ambitious. He thought he could make a big impact, as a tank commander, and the superiors gave them the worst tank unit that they had. And so then he became more successful. So he was fighting in two wars in very, very different environments, very different countries. And this book is so incredibly catchy. It's very, very unique. I've never
The title
seen
is
any
On the Trail of the Fox. Am I remembering that right? That's his book
the
on
English.
Rommel.
Well, I have the German edition,
Yeah.
of course, so I don't remember the English
What is
title.
it in German? If you could
Um,
run it by me.
I think it's Der Wüstenfuchs. That was his. I think that was the title.
Okay.
I read it a couple of
Right.
times over the years, and it's so incredibly catchy. It's amazing how
Hmm.
it's almost like one of the most it's a page turner. It's like a novel. You just want to
Yes. Yeah.
keep reading. How is this gonna
And of
continue?
course Rommel's story. I read Rommel's. He wrote a kind of on the fly a history of his campaign in Africa, which has got a lot of errors in it because he's just going from memory. He's just writing it during the war very quickly. But it is in fact Rommel's own writing is very page turning about it because it was such a in terms of military history, it was such an extraordinary back and forth, dramatic. The war in North Africa was very dramatic,
Yeah,
and
but
he
also, but
he
yeah, but
was a
also
brilliant commander.
the French stuff, the French stuff in the early war when he was racing
He
ahead. He was
yeah,
racing.
he
He was
commanded Seventh
racing ahead.
Panzer Division in
Yeah,
1940 in the invasion of France, and he
um,
did some extraordinary things there. Yeah,
yeah, and it's just this. It's almost comedic sometimes when he was just racing ahead because he wanted to be the fastest guy, and his competitors couldn't keep up with him. So he was just racing into France. They were all
yeah.
on
His recon
pills.
unit was the recon unit. I read the autobiography of the guy that commanded his recon unit in Seventh Panzer, and he was the first to reach the Channel.
Yeah.
That recon
So
unit
they
from
were
Rommel.
they were I mean all these men, they were all on pills. Everybody was on speed, on amphetamine. So
Yes,
everybody was just
yes,
go, go, go. So at some point he was pushing too far ahead, and he was almost getting ambushed by the French, and he had no
yeah.
support.
The British sent heavy tanks against him, and luckily he had 88 anti-aircraft guns, and they
Yeah.
were under rifle fire from French infantry, and one gunner after another's dropping, and he's actually going and setting and aiming the
So
guns
this
himself as the
yeah.
bullets are flying by him.
So
Yeah.
there are these moments in the book of unintentional comedy. He was just uh, he was doing some stupid things as well.
Oh, yeah.
He had this armored vehicle, this armored RV type thing, which they stole from
Yes.
the British, and they painted the Afrika Korps logo, sprayed it or painted it on.
Was it a dingo?
I'm not sure exactly. They called it something else. They had a specific nickname
Oh,
for the
okay.
thing. And so they at night they would drive into Egypt and to scout the
Hmm.
location, but they couldn't find their way back over the border
They
because of
got
all
lost.
the mountains and the sand and all that. So they got
Yeah.
lost. They couldn't find their way back. So they decided to camp out for the night in this armored vehicle. And when they woke up, they saw in a certain distance, they saw British troops going back and forth. But the British thought this was a British vehicle, so it's not the enemy, but
Right.
it was just a stolen British vehicle. So they may have been caught at that point. And it's just almost like it's written by or co-written by a fantastic novelist. And I'm not
Hmm.
sure. I'm
Yes.
not sure if this was the sole work of David Irving, because sometimes these historians, they can be very meticulous in the materials they select and the places they visit and the files they work with,
Hmm.
but many of them, they cannot really write that well. But
Hmm.
this Rommel book is so captivating. It's like one of the best
Yes.
novels you ever
Well,
read.
he is that's it about Irving, and that he's a captivating writer. But when you watch his interviews, when you watch him talking, especially, this rotten worldview kind of
Hmm.
leaks out,
Yeah.
and you go, oh, what's this?
Yeah,
What
and if
is
you
it
look
that
if you
he?
look at his background, I mean, if you look at his background, why would he I mean, why would he tell these stories like this? Because he's not just glorifying. He's not just glorifying Rommel. He's also glorifying every other German soldier who
And
fought in that war.
Rommel, right?
So he was
Rommel
trying to make
Hitler's
himself
favorite.
popular,
Yeah,
with the German target audience, because everybody
yeah,
has had somebody in the family who fought in the war.
sure.
So just
And the other thing is, Rommel was Hitler's favorite general. So there's an ideological tinge to this, and of course, Rommel was involved. They rounded up Jews in Africa. That was going on there. So, but they want to kind of scrub Rommel clean. You're not going to get this element of it. The fact that Rommel liked the Nazi Party. I don't know if he was a member. Do you know? Was Rommel a member? Probably not.
well, he
But
got he was given a specific rank. I mean, that was Generalfeldmarschall. That's one of the highest ranks
yes,
you
he
could
was
possibly have.
yeah.
And he
Hitler made
was
him a field marshal.
and he was. I mean, he started out as an infantry guy, and just like Hitler. I mean, he was sort of infantry in World War One, but he was a messenger. Not exactly at the front line. He was mostly behind the front line. Mr.
Hitler was
Hitler,
a
but
messenger.
yeah,
Yeah,
Hitler was a
yeah.
messenger, but he was also sort
But
of infantry.
Rommel developed infantry infiltration tactics,
Yeah, and so
which was you
this was sort
crawl
of
along
the.
with a telephone cable with you, and you're spotting the enemy from some crevice somewhere. You're directing artillery fire or snipers, and you're trying to figure out how to break the enemy line by enveloping them. And Rommel kind of, I think the German term Strausstruppen, they developed these special troops that use these tactics. And it was at the Battle of Cambrai when the British first used tanks. The Germans came back with the Strausstruppen.
Yeah.
But then in World War II, the Strausstruppen evolved into panzer troops that did the same kind of thing, only using panzer mobility, which is
Yeah,
kind of interesting.
so they both came from normal backgrounds. They both didn't come from nobility, and they started out in
No, Rommel
infantry, so they
was
liked
a
each other.
Swabian, right?
Hmm?
Rommel was a Swabian.
I'm not sure, but they sort of liked each other for their
Yeah,
background, and
yeah, they
because they
did.
made it so far with this humble background, and a lot of people in the military, especially the generals, they were from aristocratic families, and so
Yeah,
there was always
Prussian.
this
Yeah.
disconnect. If you're not part of these old families, you would be the outsider, you would be the new guy, and Rommel didn't make that many friends in
No, he did
because
not.
he was looked at as being being reckless oftentimes, and he was accused by his colleagues of just wasting too much material, taking other people's materials in order to be faster and be the fastest and the most famous guy. And
Yeah, he
once he
was
became,
a kind of a glory hog. Yeah.
yeah, and once he became a media phenomenon back home, of course, the Nazi Party had to fan those flames and make him into this phenomenon. And I mean, in the book by David Irving, I mean, he admits that part of the success of Rommel was military intelligence and scouting the battlefields and using spies. And Rommel himself, he was flying in this tiny little plane. The
Yes. He
Fieseler,
had his own.
it
He
was
was a
called
pilot.
it was called a Fieseler Storch, and he was flying around. Sometimes he crash landed, and he had to be rescued. And he was flying and visualizing the battlefield or the future potential battlefield. And so,
Hmm.
he became this incredible phenomenon. But what David Irving basically did was he was trying to get the attention of all those Germans who had family members or fathers or whatever fighting in the war. So Irving was trying
Hmm.
to make himself as popular as humanly possible. And by using these memories, because for us Germans, it's very paradoxical because there's two things clashing. One thing is you have this sort of internal drive to honor and respect your ancestors, but at the same time you have to reject the Nazi era. So these things clash with each other. But David
Hmm.
Irving comes along, and these other people come along, and they say you can just honor your ancestors, and there's just forget about this other
Hmm.
stuff. Just honor your ancestors and follow my program here. Of course, this is what many Germans wanted to hear. And they read the stories of Rommel and his troops, and they remember maybe your father fought in the Africa Corps or in the Eastern Front or the Western Front or whatever. And so it seems like a strategy. He wants to make himself popular, very, very, very popular. And
Yeah, and it's funny, because Rommel was sort of looked at as a chivalrous guy who, when he captured the British commandos, who Hitler's order was that these British commandos were to be killed because they were not following the rules of war. Technically, they weren't, and they tried to assassinate Rommel. They had this mission. Instead of executing them, he threw a party for them and he treated them well. He did the same thing when they captured British commandos along the Channel coast when he was commanding Seventh Army before the Battle of Normandy. He would treat the British prisoners really well, and he was very famous. And he would meet with them personally and do the interrogations himself, as you say, doing his own intelligence work. But you will notice, so this is a way to also make the Germans look better for English-speaking audiences, to view the Germans differently as well. But he wouldn't. It wouldn't be like he would do a biography of Walter Model, right, or von Manstein or any of the others. Um, but that he would do it with this Rommel character that was better known by the West and more or less. And Rommel also was forced to commit suicide because he was caught up in the plot to kill Hitler, in the July bomb plot in 1944. Um, but I don't know. I don't know all the details there because I've read different things, and Irving treats that very oddly, as I recall. And
it,
that.
well, I mean, if I remember correctly, in the Rommel book, Irving, as Irving tries to make it sound like Rommel was. Rommel was the victim of circumstances because at
Right.
a
He
later
wasn't
stage in the
actually
war,
involved in the bomb plot,
yeah,
but he was covering for another
bec-
officer who was.
because in the late stages of the war, the Nazis of course expected a landing of Allied troops, and so of course the coastline was very, very long. And at some point, Mr. Rommel was tasked with securing the coastline, especially the French coastline. And so he had to invent all these devices, and he had to move troops and whatever. And at the time, the whole coastline was not motivated anymore. Northern France or the Netherlands, you had many Nazi officers and Nazi agents. They became disillusioned. So this is when some of these Nazis started to cooperate with especially British intelligence, and so
Hmm.
paranoia was rampant. And I think we talked about this in the last episode. The big traitor for the Soviets, Heinz Felfe.
Hmm.
He was a member of the SD, the Nazi intelligence, and he was hunting traitors in the Netherlands. Because some of these SS people they already had, or SD people, they already had bought civilian clothing to look like everybody, and they were ready to just escape and just avoid the Allies. And some of these people became informants for the Brits or the Canadians. And so paranoia was rampant. And according to the Rommel book, Rommel was just suspected for no real reason. And then
Hmm.
this decision was made. You had to take Rommel out, but you couldn't depict him as a traitor in public because he was such a superstar.
So
And
that's
so,
interesting that Irving was careful to preserve Rommel's reputation as loyal to
mhm,
Hitler to the Germans,
correct,
which
yeah.
meant he really was pandering to the elf, network of Yaki,
The
right?
European Liberation Front. Yeah,
The
exactly.
European Liberation Front. So he was
Yeah,
really an agent of the European Liberation Front,
yeah,
David Irving.
because I mean, and nowadays, this larger narrative of victimization. So the extreme right wing over here believes they're just always they've always been the victims, and so then they think, or the propaganda says that America was trying to victimize Ukraine. This is in 2014. This is when big things started to happen. The puppet ruler of Ukraine fled to Russia, basically, and so on and so forth. But according to this Russian slash right wing extremist slash truther propaganda, according to this propaganda, the bad guy in the story is America, the United States. They wanted to take over Ukraine and victimize Ukraine. So any sort of force now against Ukraine, any sort of force is supposedly a force against the big Jewish world conspiracy, which uses America as its tool. So you can just lump anything into this, whether it's something in Ukraine or it's an attempted coup d'état in Germany with some extreme right-wingers. It's always the same narrative because it's been prepared and nurtured for decades and decades and decades. And so I think part of the problem is that that regular conservatives over the decades here, they were not active enough. They were not specific enough, interesting enough, good enough for so long. And these other guys, the Irvings and all these people, they were just so catchy. And suddenly their books were everywhere. So you could just buy them, or somebody would loan it to you, or give you a copy for you to keep. And so that stuff was, like the Rommel book, it's so catchy and it was spread everywhere.
Mm-hmm.
And at the same time, you couldn't find much better stuff easily. It was, you could find good stuff, but it would be spread all over, many, many different books and studies and stuff. And just this propaganda was always readily available, and it was so catchy. And then the internet happened, and you could get books in a digital form. Or people were making documentaries out of that stuff. And you could get that stuff for free 7 days a week over the internet.
Yeah, it became very influential. And now it's basically they have kind of reconditioned a segment of German opinion, really, haven't they? And I remember a former KGB officer I knew. He lived in Germany a few years with his wife. And he told me when he went to the airport to go back to Moscow, his taxi cab driver was pro-Hitler openly and talking to him in the cab about it. And
Yeah.
he said to me he was astonished to hear this in Germany, that it's making this comeback. He was kind of saying to me, because he had lived there, and he said there's something wrong with the Germans, he was telling me. But he was he wasn't happy with what happened in his country. He wasn't happy with how Russia had gone, and he knew that the Americans were kind of clueless, and he thought the German elite was kind of clueless. But he was astonished by this. And I wanted to tell him what I thought was that, this is the work of your side. You guys
Yeah.
did this in Germany.
And a lot of the stuff from Germany and other parts of Europe, a lot of that stuff made its way to America.
Yes.
And most Americans, they're too busy to care about European history going back 200 years, 300 years. They just don't have the time for it, and that's why I think that some of that propaganda was so successful in America. The stuff that came from Europe, because it would speak to a specific target audience, and you would have the material ending up in the States. You would have certain people ending up in America. We talked about Zündel, who went to Canada. We talked about other people. I mean, there were some, in the earlier stages of the internet, there were some Austrian neo-Nazis who, these Austrian neo-Nazis, they would rent servers in the United States, trying to use proxies to pay for the servers and host neo-Nazi websites in a German language targeted at a European audience. Because they thought, in America, it's legal to host, right? So, but the audience would be in Austria. And by using cutouts and middlemen, you could hide the payments to the servers. And then you had something like...
Is Stormfront one of those? Is the Stormfront website one of those? That's a neo-Nazi site that's run by Americans, I believe, isn't it?
Well, I mean, I'm sort of familiar with Stormfront, and it seems so German. I mean, they absorbed kind of this very specific German stuff, and they try to mimic it, they try to copy it, and make it attractive to American audiences. So the whole race war idea, it's becoming a bigger problem in America, I think, because of this propaganda. Because you just recruit people away from American. You just lure people away from American conservatism, and you lure them towards this European style extremism. So now it's all about the race, and the white race, and the white race. I mean, this is from here basically. And so you have this character. I mean, we talked about, this other guy. Just briefly mention this guy again. Mr. Rainer Sonntag was one of the leading neo-Nazis over here. And Mr. Rainer Sonntag was working for communist intelligence. And he was run, as far as we know, by Vladimir Putin out of Dresden.
Right, we'd mentioned Mr. Sunday before.
So he was a nobody in Soviet Eastern Germany, and they recruited him basically in prison because he tried to escape from there, from the eastern part, Eastern Germany. So they recruited him. He went to the West, and he became this leading neo-Nazi figure. And his boss was Mr. Kühnen. And so this group, this Sonntag-Kühnen group, they were networking with Americans. They were working with certain people from America. Then, of course, we have Dennis Mann. Dennis Mann, he was joining David Duke's group in the 70s. One of the newer KKK groups. And he was a member of William Pierce's National Alliance.
And William Pierce that wrote the Turner Diaries, which had supposedly inspired Timothy McVeigh, the Oklahoma City bomber.
And so in the early 1990s, Dennis Mann, he was supporting a German guy and some other Germans to create KKK groups in Germany. And so Mr. Dennis Mann was working with Karsten Stepanski. Now, this guy was an informant for German intelligence at the time. But this sort of went off the rails because some of these informants, they were a bit too active, let's put it like this. And of course, German intelligence has always been very heavily infiltrated by the Russians, or back then the Soviets. And so this German dude, this Karsten Stepanski, he was creating the International Blood and Honor Network. So this is a fairly well-known name in Europe, the BNH, the Blood and Honor Group. And so this was America, Germans, and oftentimes Britons who would be working together. And there's so many examples of this. Then we have Andreas Strassmeyer, German national, former head of security for the white separatist community of Elohim City, Oklahoma. And he's somehow entangled with, the whole Oklahoma City bombing thing, or he was at least very close to certain people. And this German fella, Andreas Strassmeyer, he was the son of the chief of staff to German Chancellor Helmut Kohl. Just so happened. And so...
that was always a curious thing about the Oklahoma City bombing, was the Elohim City thing, which was never fully clarified to me. Yeah, it wasn't. And Timothy McVeigh's exact ideology, where he picked it up, but he was influenced by this kind of alt-right stuff. And there are people, I was shocked at how many quote-unquote patriots were like, McVeigh's a hero. What do you mean? He blows up the side of this building over a preschool. All these preschoolers get killed. It's just insane. I couldn't grasp how anyone on the right in America
Timothy
could
McVeigh was
think that was okay.
Timothy McVeigh was he was a baseline truther. I mean, he was not just not just reading the Turner Diaries, which is like the most insane novel in recent memory. And so I mean, they talk about, the stages of the Civil War, and then they kill all the Jews and they kill all the, everybody else, and then they use nuclear bombs, and you have to prove to be a right-winger by, beheading people and just prove that you're for real to these right-wingers. All this crazy stuff. And so Elohim City was this hotbed of these sort of ideas. And so this Strassmeyer guy from Germany, he had military training. So he had a military background. He was going to America, and he pitched himself as this coach, this instructor. He could teach them security. So he found his new home. But this community was infiltrated by an informant, Carol Howe. I think she was she worked for the ATF as an informant. And so she was talking about this. She was reporting to her handlers, reporting about this weird German guy with military training and military background. And according to her, he was talking about blowing up federal buildings, using direct action against the U.S. government. She knew him as Andy the German. And of course, later, when Strassmeyer was escaping America, and there are different stories how this happened, he of course claimed he was not involved in anything nefarious. This female informant was just talking crap, and she was just lying and that sort of stuff. It's a very curious connection. People speculate and have different stories of who helped Strassmeyer escape from America. And he was talking in Spiegel magazine about all this stuff, and supposedly he knew nothing. But this story wasn't really plausible. I have the quote here. So Spiegel magazine, big famous German magazine, they have sources in the intelligence world, of course. So the Spiegel is interviewing Mr. Strassmeyer, and they say, well, you escaped, right? I mean, you had help escaping, right? And he says, no, I was just going to Mexico because things were getting too hot for me. I was just going to Mexico. I wasn't escaping. Nobody was hunting me. And so then he talks about how he met, or what his connection was to Timothy McVeigh. He says, I met him at a weapons convention in Tulsa, Oklahoma. I sold him a knife. I talked to him for 10 minutes. And that's it. And so the interviewer says, but wait a minute, this guy that you talked, years down the line, years later, this guy, Timothy McVeigh, uh, he calls you before before the bombing. So 2 years after your brief meeting, 2 years later, this guy phones you right before the OKC bombing. Why would he phone you if you only met him once years earlier and talked to him for 10 minutes? And so the interviewer says, you were the head of security of Elohim City. Why was he calling you? And so Strassmeyer says, I don't know. I gave him my card in Tulsa, and I wasn't there when he called. I don't know what he wanted, but apparently he wanted to talk to the head of security, so I don't know anything. And so this is kind of his evasive answers in all of this. And yeah, and so this is how this happened. These people move across borders. These people move across borders and they work with each other. And when things go down, again, they move across borders, and it's not as easy to investigate them. I mean, if you're the FBI, how do you talk to Andreas Strassmeyer in Germany? Or if you're the ATF, how do you talk to Mr. Strassmeyer in Germany? I mean, you would have to go through diplomatic channels just to talk to the man, right? So it's just moving across borders and just this funny business how this all works.
There's another a current neo-Nazi kind of group that we haven't mentioned. It's called Countercurrents, is their publication. Greg Johnson, who was a libertarian and has a philosophy degree, I think from Berkeley, I'm not sure, is the editor. And he's really very intellectually competent. And they've gotten some really bright people to write for them, but they're carrying forward this kind of message. They're a little careful, a little divided on the Russia issue, and it's very nuanced, but it's the same sort of thing. Only the Jewish, I would say they're cultural anti-Semites. They steer away from the overt conspiracy stuff. They're trying to be elegant, intellectually elegant, and they're defending the white race. They're defending, European people of European heritage, and there's also this website, this video. They used to be on YouTube, and then they got kicked off YouTube. Red Ice. I think the
Oh yeah,
guy's
I heard
Swedish.
about them, yeah.
His wife's an American, I think, and that they did a lot of these broadcasts and were very much kind of on the conspiracy side. Wink, wink. The Jewish, thing. Did you ever see them? I forget what the guy's name was who did
No,
it.
but I remember the name Red Eyes. I saw some stuff over the years.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and of course this is sort of, and they were kind of like a model family. They almost were like the model National Socialist family. Here's
Oh
our little
God.
kids, and here's how we're raising. Yeah, it was kind of like that, and it was they were interesting to watch. They were attractive people, but the intellectual content was appalling, and what with Countercurrents and Greg Johnson, I tried to read one of his books. The thing is that he's smart enough to know better, and you could tell he's kind of struggling with the crisis of modernity, because this is all you could say that Nazism, communism, all these ideologies are part of what Max Weber called the crisis of modernity. They don't know what to do. They don't know how to adjust
Yeah.
to what's happened to the world and how to understand it. And of course, when they see the globalism is kind of a process. It was in the 19th century where countries, because of trade, were growing closer together. And of course, there was the liberal theory that this will do away with war, which didn't work out, right? World War I happened anyway, despite Britain and Germany being such vital trading partners. There were books written saying, oh, Germany and Great Britain could never go to war, before 1914, and then oops, they went to war. and said, oh, it would cost too much money. No, it ends up the money doesn't matter as much as fighting, right, with people.
Hmm.
And so what you've got is you've got this attempt to digest reality. And it was this guy, Eric Verglen, and I think I talked to you a little bit about Verglen. This book, Order in History, volume, this is The Ecumenic Age. He was the guy that basically started to realize that Gnosticism, the old, that there was some scholarship, and I think it came out of Germany originally, where they said, look, there's something about all these modern ideologies that's akin to Gnosticism. And it wasn't Verglen that thought this up. He was just taking their literature and going, wait a minute, there's an insight here. And what Gnosticism is it's a kind of demoralization where this world is bad, therefore the creator of this world is bad, the demiurgos, right? And therefore we need to revolt, almost like a metaphysical revolt against God and the world, and we're going to overthrow the existing system. National Socialism was
Yeah.
revolutionary. Hitler kept repeating that, and so was Marxism and Marxism-Leninism revolutionary, and they all involved falsifications of reality, extensive falsifying of reality, because they could not digest
Yeah.
reality.
I mean, there's been a growing trend of using psychedelic drugs in the right wing. I mean, this has
Interesting.
always been going on in right wing circles, but it was sort of it wasn't accepted as much. But since like 2015 roundabout, this became a much bigger issue, and more of these influencers are talking about it. They promote the use of psychedelics, and something that that is one of the effects of psychedelics, certain psychedelics, is that the person who is using them, they're not just passively necessarily watching hallucinations, but they can sort of control to a degree hallucinations. They can interact
Well,
with
there's
them.
there's also this Graham Hancock guy that's been on Joe Rogan a lot, who talks about some pre-existing lost civilization. He talks about taking ayahuasca,
Mm,
this psychedelic that's in the Amazon jungle, and some of the tribes in the Americas, in South America, were using their shamans. And this is weird, but when you take this drug, you meet these beings, right? Or this being
mm,
that's very stern and kind of tells you what's wrong with your life. And you have a kind of like a bad trip. It's almost like an acid trip, but you're meeting entities, right? Which is really weird. And, it's almost like related to this UFO experience where people say, look, the UFO experience is kind of, you fall into a trance, and they were saying the people who have alien abductions are having out of body experiences or psychedelic experiences. Has somebody doused them with something? This is the thing. I'm working on an essay now where I'm really wondering, with what I know about Soviet mind control drugs, whether parts of the population have been experimented on by drugs that stimulate some kind of, like this ayahuasca, contact with some non-human intelligence that exists in the other world, right? That you can reach somehow if you break down your mind in a certain way. It's very strange, and I think there's so much involvement of the right wing with UFOs. The
yeah.
silver shirts, they were associated with the early contactees.
Or the
Um,
flying Nazi saucer guys. I mean,
the
that's
flying
just
Nazi
yeah.
saucers. There's this Nazi and American Nazi connection to these early contactees that Jacques Vallée outlines it in his book Dimensions, and others of his works, talking about these, the connection with Pele, the connection with that Adamski circle had with these. And remember, George Adamski, one of the most famous American contactees, met blonde-haired, blue-eyed
Hmm.
Aryan aliens from Venus, right? Blonde Venusians in the Mojave Desert. very, very curious the political connections then with, I think it was George Hunt Williamson too had these connections. They so there is this other dimension with psychedelics and the right and the neo-Nazi right and the UFOs and the occult,
Yeah.
which is it's very odd and
So
mysterious.
there's been a news story recently. This concerned one of the most well-known pop culture people from America. I'm talking about Kanye West, African American
Right.
music producer, music performer. He's also a designer. He had a deal with Adidas, the German brand of running shoes and other sports goods. Right? This was a multi hundreds of millions of dollars deal to make these Kanye West sneakers. Right? So he's known to be bipolar, so he has some mental health issues to deal with, and he was then lured in by this right-wing guy. I forgot his name. So this right-wing guy, starts talking to him and starts influencing him and probably feeds him all this conspiracy nonsense. And so then so then Kanye West, he creates this international outrage by saying things in public, such as "I like Hitler," "He's done good things," blah blah blah.
Yes, I
Yeah,
remember that.
he was making fun of Benjamin Netanyahu on the Jones show in the States, and this is also on the Jones conspiracy show when he talked about how much he likes Hitler, and this is when Jones got nervous because he's relying on all these different companies to carry his show and the radio stuff, and so he's getting nervous. And so there was this headline recently about the new album or recent album of Kanye West. And so the artwork for the album is practically almost the same as an older 1990s Norwegian, very infamous black metal band. It's a band called Burzum. This is a guy his name is Varg Vikernes. Sort of became a legend in the negative sense in the music world because he killed another musician from the black metal genre. This is a very well-known story in Europe in terms of music and culture. And so this Varg Vikernes, he was making this very, very dark black metal music, and he was accused of being involved in these church burnings. I don't remember exactly how big his involvement was, but this was sort of a Nordic rebellion, and they were burning down these very old wooden churches in Norway and places like that. And so this Varg Vikernes guy, he had this album with a certain type font, and this was an artwork from I think it was a Nazi or a pro-Nazi artist. And so now you have Kanye West, African American, who basically recreates this artwork, I think using the same artist on the Kanye West album and using the same type font. It's very traditional type font. So this guy, Kanye West probably listens to European ultra right-wing black metal music, and he was getting into all this conspiracy stuff, right? And so I think Kanye West was rapping something about the Illuminati killed his mother and they try to scam him, so probably he had some trouble with some Jewish lawyers and he believes that's part of the world conspiracy. And so this right-wing guy was influencing Kanye West to be that way, to believe these things, and to bring this stuff even into, youth pop culture. I mean, it's not just black people who bought these shoes and listened to the music. It's also young, non-black people buying this stuff.
Yeah,
So
yeah. It's interesting that Eric Verglen made the point that who goes for these revolutionary conspiracy theory, Nazism, communism, which are full of resentment towards different groups and so on. It's alienated people. People who are alienated grasp for this. They don't have a positive structure. They just have this thing, and it's always reinventing itself. It's always changing over time, but these themes, these conspiracy themes, are consistent. They don't trust. Everything that happens has to be remastered, reconfigured in order to explain the world as the powers that be are against us. Everything is against us. We have to go against the system. We have to have a revolution. And there's no idea of trying to fix things, working slowly. The conservative idea, which goes back to Edmund Burke, who says, you don't get anywhere with a social revolution. You need to gradually reform your way out of whatever problem you have. Because a sudden change, this is when the dictators come in. This is when the terror happens.
yeah,
This is when massacre, like you were talking about, the Turner Diaries. I mean, this is when the crazy, we're going to chop off all kinds of people's
yeah.
heads. We're going to put people against the wall. We're going to guillotine people.
The
Or
yeah, I
this is
mean,
where you get the gulag.
there's almost it's almost like a mirror image. So if you take the Turner Diaries, this insane, really insane novel, which was put together by William Luther Pierce, founder and chairman of National Alliance, published under the pseudonym Andrew MacDonald, and became an associate of George Lincoln Rockwell, founder of the American Nazi Party, who was assassinated in 1967.
Yeah, he
And,
was assassinated in a park in the parking lot of a store by
yeah,
another neo-Nazi who got mad at him and I
and
think
so
he shot him to death.
yeah, so this novel is about as crazy as some of the stuff you see in Latino circles or you see in radical African American circles. So it's this burn down the house, kill, 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 take the move in stages and just slaughter the enemy stuff. So you got the Turner Diaries for the white audience. You got some of the radical, like the old Panther stuff, for the black people. The radical Panther stuff for the black people. They need a violent revolution like Mao, and they're all Maoists now.
Yeah, the Black Panthers were
Yeah,
Marxist-Leninists.
and they wanted a violent revolution like Mao in China. And then, of course, you get some of the radical Latino stuff where they consider themselves to be the master race. And it's all about La Raza, the race, and the white people are always the bad ones. So it seems like the same template is used for all of these target groups in America. And
Yeah,
it's like
it's
this
funny
powder
how
keg.
these racist black and Mexican organizations like La Raza are permeated with Marxist-Leninists. It's very interesting, and they look back to China and they look to Russia as allies.
Yeah, so it's like this powder keg, so in this Turner Diaries novel, the right wing organization is referred to as the organization. They start bombing the FBI headquarters, and then they commit more acts of sabotage, and then they move on to bigger things. So this is sort of the weatherman stage at this point, where you commit terrorism on a more moderate level, and then it escalates into nuclear weapons, biological weapons, and also chemical weapons. And so,
And Timothy McVeigh did the Oklahoma City bombing, which was a bombing of an
a federal
FBI
building, yeah,
headquarters, right? The
federal
federal
building, yeah,
building.
yeah. And so it's just like this idea that your locals are friendly and the feds are the enemy, the bad guys that need to die because the government is occupied by Zionists and that this has to end, and so they
Yeah, they
can't.
call it ZOG, the Zionist
Mhm.
Occupation Government.
Yeah,
That's
and
the
so
acronym they use.
And so Timothy McVeigh, he went on a downward spiral. I mean, at some point, he was a respected military officer. I think he was even top of his
He was an
group, and
NCO. Yeah, he was a non-commissioned officer.
yeah, and he was like the best gunner, I think, with the best score on a Bradley tank, I think it was. And so he was going for a career. He wanted to be the best. He had like two sets of everything, two sets of boots, so he would always have the perfect shiny boots to put on. And while the other soldiers, they were, not giving it 100%, they wanted to party, they wanted to do this and that, but he wanted to be perfect, and he wanted to become a special forces soldier. And he wanted to try out for the special forces, but then he had to serve in the Gulf War. And so when he came back, he wasn't in that shape that he needed to be in. And he did attempt the selection training, but I think he failed. And so then he had the choice of continuing his regular military career or go back to these low-paid jobs. And he went back to the low-paid jobs because he was already full of this propaganda, and he did not want to continue this regular military career. So then he was stuck with a bad job, bad pay, and he was going slowly crazy, and he was racking up debt. And then the government sent him a letter. They overpaid him. He had to pay back some money. And he went down this spiral. He was just getting more and more radical, more and more crazy, and he was hanging out with truthers. What happens when you hang out with truthers? Bad things happen to you.
Bad things happen. Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
just
No, it's like if you believe one conspiracy theory, you end up believing all of them. And this is what's so toxic about, it's throughout all these podcasts. Whatever podcast you're looking at, the JFK assassination comes up, 9/11 wink wink comes up, the Illuminati comes up, the government's bad, the CIA's behind all this bad stuff, right? And this is how they see the world, and they don't actually see the real conflict, which is what all the Soviet books over here on my shelf here that say, look, the struggle for the world is between the socialist bloc and the capitalist bloc led by America. And this is the period of the Marxist-Leninist teaches we're living in the period of the transition from capitalism to socialism.
yeah,
And
and also
this is what's actually going on. It's happening. You can see we're transitioning, and they announced it for decades. You just read their
yeah,
books, and you see
and
it happening, and it's like
yeah,
it's everybody else doing it. It's not the socialists doing
and
it.
slowly, 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 the truthers, the conspiracy buffs, or now a lot of the MAGA types, they have consciously or unconsciously, they have adopted a key element of the propaganda by Lenin in his foundational
Yes.
text on capitalism and imperialism. Because what did Lenin say? He said capitalism becomes about monopolies and exploitation, and then the capitalists, they start all these wars because they just feel like they have to. And so this is how the left interpreted the Iraq War, the Afghanistan War. Now the left isn't, they some of the left, they're talking about Ukraine that way, as if America wanted to, just own Ukraine. And also these right wingers, these truthers, MAGA types, they sort of interpret things the same way Lenin told people to interpret things. So this is America, supposedly America trying to take over Ukraine in 2014. So this is like the evil stuff going on, and the Russians are defending against it. So most people, most of these MAGA types, they probably don't realize this, but they have adopted a communist interpretation of these foreign, operations or foreign involvement. They think
Yeah,
the right wingers think it's just this capitalism turns into imperialism, and they have all these wars.
yeah. I had a call yesterday from a friend that I know that believes he's a truther. and I've had horrible arguments with him on the phone. But he watched our last show, and he called me, and he was all curious. And I try to explain these things to him, but he had this whole thing. Well, it's all about the corporations, isn't the corporate stuff? I mean, that's not communism. The corporate, it's like, and I said, well, read Lenin on the fundamentals of Leninism. Read his book. You can download it almost for free from
Yeah.
Amazon, and Lenin says, look, we can it's great. These giant corporations are great because the owners are this big, and we can put our feet on their neck.
Take him over.
So we
Take him
love to
over.
have giant billionaires and capitalists.
Yeah.
It's the middle class owners of small businesses that are the real anti-communists that we have to fight. So
Yeah.
we have to eliminate them, and it's like, do you understand that this is really, and of course, in the Soviet Union and China, they have no problem with billionaires and big capitalists because the secret police recruits the billionaires, the secret police is stepping on their necks, and
Yeah.
they're running the companies. Essentially, they're state companies, and the billionaires are just fake billionaires. As Miles Guo said, there's only two ways a billionaire in China
Yeah.
ends up. It's a debtor in jail. And you see the same thing with Putin's oligarchs. People say,
Yeah.
well, what about the oligarchs in Russia? They control everything. It's like, no, they don't.
Yeah. I mean,
Putin steps on their necks every day.
I recently saw something from Tucker Carlson, right? So Tucker Carlson was asked, would he support a ticket of Donald Trump and Nikki Haley? And he completely refused. I mean, he said he would openly advocate against it. He wouldn't just stay out of it and say, I'm not going to support this. He would actually say it's bad. And that's probably because of Nikki Haley's stance on Ukraine. And so then Tucker Carlson was asked about Ron DeSantis. And guess what? Carlson said that, well, he's not a bad guy, Mr. Ron DeSantis, but he shouldn't have changed his opinion on Ukraine. So because Ron DeSantis, Ron DeSantis is a military guy. He was in the military, so he understands these things, unlike Carlson. And so of course, Ron DeSantis will more likely understand how important Ukraine is. But Carlson criticizes him for it? Almost as if he said that, these weird money people that support DeSantis, they told him to change his stance on Ukraine or something. So what is going on? Why would Tucker Carlson why would he depend his opinion on a politician on that person's stance on Ukraine? Why is it so crazily important to Tucker Carlson? I mean, this is nuts.
Who probably doesn't even know where Ukraine is on the map.
And then I did a video on this. You can find this on this channel. I did a video on Tucker Carlson talking about the Nord Stream pipelines. Seriously. He's making it look like the Nord Stream... He makes it seem like the Nord Stream pipelines were a conservative project, which was then destroyed by the left-wing U.S. President Joe Biden. No, it was a communist pipeline project. It's not a secret what the German left they loved this pipeline project. They adored this pipeline project. They went to great lengths to make it happen, and then they would even sometimes work with former confirmed Stasi people like Mr. Warnick, who is now working in these sort of things. This was a communist pipeline project. This was Gerhard Schröder's project. This was all these social democrats. They loved the pipeline. It was a communist pipeline that was blown up by someone. But Tucker Carlson is telling people this was a conservative project. And just somehow, you would have to support this project if you're a conservative. I mean, what in the... That's the kind of stuff that the truthers are putting out. and now he's a friend of the truthers. He's
Yeah,
friendly
and
with Mr.
this
Jones.
Bulgarian nonsense by know-nothings, this is what we're constantly exposed to. And this is when you read Eric Voegelin about, Hitler and the Germans in his lectures. He is saying, what's wrong with the Germans? Why did they accept this? How did they get corrupted by ideology? And Voegelin uses the word ideology in a pejorative. That is, the ideology is not the truth. It never is. Anything you can call an ideology is not the truth, because it's a set way of interpreting everything,
Yeah.
which this is not the way. The real world is more nuanced, more difficult, more complex than any it's a reductionism that's tendentious, that's arguing for a side, and a particular group of people taking power is generally what it is. And the thing is that if you want to be honest, if you want to be dispassionate and see these things and talk about these things, you have to throw all that junk out, and you have to actually look at it. And as far as the pipeline, the number one candidates for blowing up the pipeline are Russia, because blowing it up cuts off Germany and they can blame America for it. And everybody's going to believe the CIA did it because we're all so brainwashed, or the Ukrainians did it
Or
because they
Poland.
needed Russia to
Or
be cut off of the
Poland,
money
or
they
the
got for it.
Baltics. Yeah, it could have been Polish
Right.
people
It could
blowing
have
it
been
up.
them, right?
The
But
Baltics.
it's not the Americans,
Russia
because
has
I
many
talked to
enemies.
American.
Russia
Yeah.
has many enemies, and I mean, right before the pipelines were blown up, and this could have been done by many divers. I mean, divers in Europe. There are many divers who can make that dive at that particular spot, just so people are aware of this. And so before this happened, there was kind of a new activism being prepared by the right-wingers, the pro-Russian right-wingers. They wanted to make a big deal out of those pipelines. They wanted to demand buying more Russian gas through these pipelines, despite the Ukraine war, to lower the gas prices for the Germans. Because at the time, the gas prices were going through the roof because, our government and what they've done for the last 20, 30 years. And so they wanted to have this, they called it the Winter of Rage. They're supposed to, put the people on the streets and march and just demand that we buy gas through this pipeline. But then it was blown up. And so this activism crumbled because the right-wingers were told this pipeline will serve a right-wing purpose. We can buy cheap gas and, just profit from that. Despite Russia being known for manipulating the customers and exploiting the customers and putting pressure on the customers. And so I was quoting in my report on this Tucker thing with the pipeline, I was quoting I think it was 1981 intelligence report from America. And so this report basically said it was a stupid idea to have Germany become more dependent on Russian gas. Now, this was when we bought 14% of our gas from Russia. And another pipeline project was supposed to increase that to almost 30%. And American intelligence said, this is a stupid, horrible idea. And this was, for a time, the position of the Reagan government, not a Democratic government, conservative government. So what is Tucker Carlson talking about? And before the pipeline was destroyed, there was an effort by American senators like Ted Cruz and others. They were threatening harsh sanctions against anyone over here involved in the pipeline project. If you have anything to do with this pipeline, you will be cut off from the financial system, anything. And so this came from Republicans, and they were quoting laws. There was something like the Countering Foreign Influence Act or something, and another one, Securing Europe's Energy Interests Act or something like that. So this was law. And so Republicans were making legitimate threats against the pipelines. And also they were quoting laws. They said, this is out of the hands of President Trump, at the time. Because it's already a law. The president has to follow this law. So it's not like just this one big democratic conspiracy against these pipelines.
No, in fact, as far back as the early 1970s, the Nixon administration was warning the German government because the idea of doing this goes back, 50 years, more than 50 years. And they're saying, don't do this if you to be dependent on our enemies is a terrible thing and is going to absolutely destroy your independence. And the Russians are going to have leverage over you, which we saw. Imagine if you'd had a hard winter last year. I understand you're having a harder winter this year, but the solution is they have this brilliant solution to the gas problem. They can put gas in tankers, and they can hook up to things on the coastline, to pipelines, and they can feed the gas, and they can bring. I mean, gas is practically a waste product here in the United States. It's so cheap. We could pump you full of it. And of course, you can get it, I think, from Nigeria too. But there's so much of it that Europe should have and is very clean. Doesn't create pollution, except for those people who believe in.
Oh, and by the way, I've looked at virtually any relevant assessment of German gas deposits. So there are different groups that have looked into this. So there's the industry groups, there's the environmental groups, and then there's the strict scientific, geological groups. And the straight up scientists, they estimated quite significant gas deposits. Now, a lot of it needs to be fracked. So you could have, for example, American companies show us how to frack without damaging the environment, so we could have our own gas, at least enough to not be dependent on Russia. But guess what happened? The governments of Germany, so the Social Democrats were pro-Russia, Angela Merkel, who was pro-Russia and grew up in communism, these governments actually prevented fracking, the fracking of gas here. They said it's too bad for the environment, and there was no real scientific basis for that assessment. So they declared fracking illegal. They were not scouting for new deposits or, good spots to drill. And so the scientists said, we're probably sitting on some pretty substantial deposits, but we cannot touch them. We cannot explore them. And the reason is these politicians here who were so pro-Russia, and there's this environmental argument that fracking is horrible. And it's been documented that Russian influence was very heavy against fracking in the West. Not just Europe, but also America.
Well, that's absolutely true. And of course, then you add the whole global warming nonsense to it, which clearly every time when we restrict our energy production, because we believe in global warming and Greta Thunberg's nonsense, scolding us about how we're destroying the world. Look, there was 100-fold more carbon in the atmosphere, before 2 million years ago, and the planet didn't heat out of control. In geologic time, we're at a pretty low ebb of carbon in the atmosphere, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. But this myth, which it's just math models, computer models that have nothing to do with reality, this myth has been imposed on us to the benefit of the Russian gas and oil business, because they have no limit. They just pull out, they sell it to us, and they get us dependent on it. Well, mostly Europe, and of course there's Japan with the Middle East, and now they've got Venezuela under their control for the last 20 years, and they're getting control of Nigeria, and they've gotten, through Biden insulting the sheikhs, they're getting the Gulf oil reoriented. Now there's talk that Saudi Arabia is going to join the BRICS alliance and no longer trade in petrol and dollars. So this is a disaster for all of us.
Yeah, there was a recent story. I think I haven't even mentioned it on this show yet. This was in a major publication, Handelsblatt. This is sort of like the Wall Street Journal here. So they reported on something they said that in that particular winter, when it was really a close call with the gas reserves here, because of the Ukraine war. In that particular winter, we Germans almost got blindsided by the Russians. So according to this report, and other major newspapers confirmed this with their own sources, they basically said the Russians had this plan of quickly moving out the money, canceling the gas delivery contracts, and then to say, see ya, guys, and that would have caused a catastrophic lack of gas. So not enough gas for the power plants, and not enough gas to heat all these homes. And this
or the electricity to run businesses either.
Yeah, the big companies, they would be out of gas. And so this blindside would then have been coupled with a propaganda campaign, online on the streets, to just hate on the government and just complete outrage because
and
people
blame
are
the
freezing.
Americans too.
Yeah, because people are freezing.
Americans.
There's blackouts. There's this. There's that. And so this blindside almost happened, but it was avoided because of two Russian defectors. That's what the Handelsblatt reported and other major publications report. 2 defectors. And so I have the sneaking suspicions these 2 defectors, they went to the Americans here first because they wouldn't trust the Germans. And then the Americans shared that intel with the Germans because the Americans here don't trust the Germans. And so in the last minute, these assets were seized and the contracts were changed so we wouldn't get blindsided. And so this Russian company here and these assets were then nationalized or taken over by the government in an emergency maneuver. So we almost got blindsided, but thanks to two Russian defectors, we didn't get blindsided. That's what's going on.
Yeah, they go. It's interesting. Alexander Litvinenko, if you know his story, he was an FSB defector, FSB KGB defector. And when he was thinking about where to defect to, his first choice was the U.S., of course, but they wouldn't take him for reasons that are, what's wrong with the CIA, right? He ended up going to Britain, but he was advised by people in the know, do not go to Germany or Italy.
Under any
They are the
circumstances.
worst countries penetrated by Russian agents, and their government is full of Russian agents. The governments in Italy and Germany.
Yeah. That's what's going on. So do people out there expect Tucker Carlson to read the German Handelsblatt? No. Did he read at least one solid book on the Nord Stream pipelines? No. Is he familiar with the left in Germany and how close it is to the Russians? No, of course not. I mean, no. Tucker Carlson seems to be the expert of nothing. And
have you, referring to Ukraine, showing how absolutely wrong he is about Ukraine, have you heard about this GRU defector who's gone before the International Criminal Court and has made an affidavit? And he's actually said, look, I want to come clean on my crimes, whatever you want to do. And what Putin has really done and planned, and going back to 2014, this guy was in Ukraine, he was in Eastern Ukraine doing mischief, and he knows the ins and outs of it. So this is like the inside view. And of course, nothing from Carlson or the child molester Scott Ritter or, Colonel Douglas McGregor, who have been the leading spokesman for Russia, along with Carlson giving the maritime to mischaracterize Ukraine's fight for survival and not to be under the boot of the Kremlin. So what have you heard about this GRU defector? I'm anxiously hoping to learn more about this.
Well, my wife gave me the details on this case, but I haven't yet have time to really get into this. I'm probably going to do this over, the days after Christmas, because this is very key. Apparently he was asked to remain in Russia and just and just smuggle information outside. But this is way too dangerous.
Yeah, it's a
Because
good way to get yourself killed because the
yeah,
Western services are so penetrated, you're going to get caught.
exactly. So of course you expect the debriefing, and then it's decided what he can say publicly, and it's just, I mean, when this happened in 2014, I think he's saying that Russia wanted. I think Russia. He says Russia wanted to take over Ukraine for the most part in 2014, as early as 2014. And at the time, of course, we were reporting about what was going on in 2014, and so immediately the Russian propaganda kicked in Europe, especially in Germany. Immediately the narrative was, well, this is the Americans had financed this coup d'etat. This is just about attacking Russia, blah blah blah. And I told people, how many troops does NATO have in Eastern Europe? Basically none. How many combat ready troops do we Germans have? Virtually none. How is Europe in terms of the military? Pathetic. So why would the Americans do what you say they did without having backup? I mean, are you nuts? What nonsense is this? Do you really think? And then people said, well, Victoria Nuland admitted $5 billion for the Maidan revolt. No, she was talking about 20 years worth of payments to support certain things. I mean, she wasn't talking about $5 billion for the Maidan revolution. And it's just like,
No.
on what planet do these people live on? If you're just trying to do a regime change thing, but you have zero troops to back it up. Nothing.
Yeah, it's the same lazy. When we talk about Ukraine and the 2014 Euromaidan revolution and the way that the right has been given this narrative that it was a CIA coup, there's no evidence of a CIA coup. There's nothing.
And they mean a Jewish coup by that, the Jewish Illuminati coup
the
when they say CIA.
Rothschilds, and then they throw George Soros's name
to make
George,
Ukraine gay, to make Ukraine very gay and very.
Yes, yeah, and so there's this twisting of the actual story, and of course they look at Victoria Nuland's conversation with Piat, which was a Russians recorded this conversation between two diplomats, and they're just talking about giving advice to young people who've, basically the Ukrainian government has fled to Moscow, the president, the prime minister, and they got to form a government, and it's like, what do we do? And they, of course, look to the leader of the free world for advice. Not realizing, of course, these are Obama minions, and Obama was mentored by a communist, so they're kind of falling into the wrong hands anyway.
Obama was joking about the Russian threat. He was saying,
right.
what is McCain saying? The 1980s called. They want their foreign policy back. Ha ha. This was Obama.
Yeah. Well, yeah, and he said that about Mitt Romney in 2012.
Was it Romney? Yeah,
it was Romney. Yeah,
it was Romney,
because
not
Romney,
McCain.
in his acceptance speech for the nomination, for the Republican nomination in 2012, mentioned Russia's an enemy, and we have to start getting ready. We have to do something, which is, of course, absolutely correct. I was so glad he said it. Obama mocked him. But then within a year later, Obama's taking the anti-Russian line, and they're accusing the Republican candidate of being the Russian. Why? Because Obama was caught on a hot mic, talking about giving away the store to the Russians to President Medvedev. Tell Vladimir, I just need to get elected one more time. Then I can be flexible, in the arms control negotiations. What the heck is that? So they had to backtrack, and they developed this new strategy for recoloring themselves, not as pro-Kremlin, pro-Beijing stooges, which they've always been since they were college kids. Obama was at Occidental. One of his classmates wrote a piece. I wrote a piece in that book too. Obama was a radical Marxist who wanted to lead a communist revolution in America when he was in college.
Yeah.
Whatever happened to that? When did he ever have the Whittaker Chambers moment where he says, "Oh no, it's on the wrong side. I'm an anti-communist now"? Never.
Yeah.
There's no reconversion of Obama. So this is all put to the side. And now, you got Carlson. It's funny how this right left, this convergence on this idea of Ukraine, let's let Russia win. And now Biden and the Democrats are pretending to support Ukraine, but dragging their feet on the essentials, allowing Ukraine to bleed out slowly. And this former GRU officer, I think his name is Igor Salikov. He's uh, he's 60 years old, and it was, I think, on Monday he came to the Netherlands, and I don't know exactly when exactly he defected. I think but he's asking for international protection and political asylum for himself and his family. Of course, they're going to be rubbed out as soon as possible if the Russians can get
Mm-hmm.
their hands on. The Russians are famous for their assassinations. Putin is a king of assassinating people, but he's claimed he worked with the Wagner Group, as I recall from his statement, which is that mercenary group that supposedly revolted against Putin here in June, I think it was, and that then he died in a plane crash. The Wagner mercenary guy, and so the thing is I don't know when his testimony is, but I have the statement, part of the statement here. I wish to cleanse my soul and tell the international investigation and the court the facts of corruption, military aggression, and crimes known to me, to reveal the illegal schemes of Russian President Vladimir Putin about the invasion of Ukraine in 2014. This is when the Euromaidan revolution happened, and to provide detailed information about the facts known to me. Now, what I kind of got from them, and of course, you have to know something about the 2014 Euromaidan revolution. What I got from that is that there was a plan to possibly invade Ukraine then and change out the government. And I'm not sure what he's saying, but he's suggesting that there was an attempt to change the government in Ukraine or to establish some kind of, there was a plan that leaked supposedly from Moscow to the Ukrainians, and it's been controversial whether it was true, that Putin was trying to establish Ukraine, a new kind of regime in Ukraine. Whether Yanukovych was a part of it or not, I don't know. Yanukovych was certainly Putin's stooge, but he was trying to tighten his grip on it. And because of the popular unrest and because of the wish of Ukraine to be nearer to Europe and the West, and this derailed, this plan of Putin's derailed. The Euromaidan revolution was a reaction, was an outburst from it, and they lost their control of the country at that point. Moscow really had a tight grip on Ukraine, and they were starting to lose it. And the Euromaidan revolution was some kind of backfire from that. It'll be interesting to hear the details. I'm eager to hear them, rather than this nonsense that the truthers and whatnot, the conspiracy right wingers have alleged. But I think we're going to find out some things here soon.
Should we talk about Trump?
Yeah, that's an interesting subject, which is curious. A guy who has how many Eastern European wives? Two? Or is
Well,
it three? Keep
well,
try.
yeah. So, well, with Trump, I mean, of course it's possible that Russia is. It's possible that Russia is supporting Trump, and Russia is trying to hurt his opponents, especially in the Republican Party.
Or
Maybe.
Russia may just be making everybody believe that he's their
Yeah.
guy.
So,
Right?
well, the Russians may be doing this because Trump seems so narcissistic. He causes chaos. He causes a rift inside the Republican Party, and Trump is trying to use the truthers, and when the truthers are very much pro-Russia, then this is in Russia's interest. So it may be just that, of course, theoretically, supporting Trump because Trump is, bad for the Republican Party. So this may be
And
one.
he's sort of a lightning rod that then is used by the Democrats who have been collaborating with Beijing and Moscow to hide behind and say, look, it's him, it's that guy, that
Yeah.
crazy guy there. Yeah.
So So then we learned this. Donald Trump's first wife, Ivana, was investigated by FBI counterintelligence in the 1990s over allegations about her connections in her native Czechoslovakia, according to excerpts from her FBI file provided to Bloomberg News. So the investigation spanned several countries, authorities in Canada and Europe, for example, depending on concerning the circumstances of her emigration from the then communist Czechoslovakia to Austria and later Canada. It is certain that the Czech Secret Service, the STB, was interested in Trump and his wife.
Of course.
And so in one document, the FBI said it had recommended that a preliminary investigation be initiated into Ivana Trump based on information the FBI had received from a confidential source. Another file from 1990 shows the FBI investigating a man linked to Czechoslovakian intelligence who arranged sham marriages and believed he had a connection to Ivana Trump. And the FBI confirmed it had nearly 900 pages of documents. I'm not aware if all of them have been published yet or declassified yet. So the STB, Soviet intelligence, has been interested in Trump since 1977. The news of the wedding reached the STB office in Zlín, the town where
the
Ivana...
STB was the Czech Communist KGB.
Yeah. So the town where Ivana grew up and where her parents still live or have lived for the rest of their lives. Ivana's father, Miloš, regularly informed the STB about his daughter's visit from the United States and his son-in-law's aspiring career. The STB's work on Donald and Ivana intensified in the late 1980s after Trump announced he was thinking of running for president. Now, so when you have a connection like this, several things can happen. So, for example, let's say communist intelligence, they may start an operation where somehow, very, very interesting, expensive furniture ends up in the hands of Ivana. And so Ivana then brings this furniture to Donald Trump, and he puts it up in his homes and offices, these elaborate desks. What if these desks had listening devices in them? This is sort of a classic operation where you would you planned a listening device inside a very attractive piece of furniture. So that would mean Ivana may not have even known about a listening device in this hypothetical scenario. But just by having this interest of communist intelligence, they will try to come up with ideas, and just trying to come up with operations. How can we listen in on Donald? How can we get more information about Donald? It's not always about recruiting more people. It's also about, here's this very rare desk from, this very impressive, luxurious desk. And apparently Ivana, if I remember, Ivana was interested in furniture and carpets and remodeling and that sort of thing. So just by having this connection, that could mean the Soviets were listening on most of the things that Donald was doing or saying in his offices. So that's one thing that people should be aware of. And once you may hear something that could be problematic for Donald, this opens up more opportunities. This opens up more possibilities. And or just by listening in on his business activities, that can mean the communists try to develop another operation. So, for example, getting into business with Donald through middlemen, just getting him entangled. This is kind of how the Soviets played that game. So maybe you listen in on Donald and you hear he has a certain problem. He needs something. Maybe a license for something, or maybe a specific opportunity, or maybe some New York official is standing in his way. You can just try to help Donald and become friends with Donald through middlemen and cutouts. So we know the communists tried to get into his operations. That's
Yeah,
for
there was
sure.
the invitation he had to Moscow. They tried to lure him with different things. My feeling about Trump is that he's not the kind of personality that he doesn't want to be controlled. He's very independent. He likes to be the controlling one. And it's interesting when you look at interview with his wife Melania, whose father was in the Communist League in communist Yugoslavia, interestingly enough, but supposedly secretly baptized his daughters as Catholics. That Trump, they describe him as his sister. Described him. She's a Democrat. I think she's a judge. She described him just like his wife. He loves games,
Yeah.
and he always wins. He likes to win. So he has this constant. His brain is always going, and he's trying to play these games. And of course it makes him a bit of a risk taker and a bit of a character, and perhaps they've been frustrated in trying to corner him, but because of his personality, he does make chaos, and that's something they can play off of, right? And they
Yeah.
have, I think.
So
Yeah.
the next thing that I think is very notable is Donald Trump's former mentor Roy Cohn. Now,
Oh yes.
Cohn's father was a left-wing judge from New York who had influence in the Democratic Party. And Roy Cohn was allowed to work on highly sensitive cases of Soviet espionage, such as the theft of nuclear weapons secrets and other secrets by Julius and Ethel Rosenberg. And as a lawyer, he represented Trump, some mafia bosses, and it's been alleged quite heavily that Roy Cohn was involved in some counterintelligence stuff, hunting suspected communists with parties, very kinky parties with young women and that sort of thing. Now, even if that had been the case, would we trust Roy Cohn? And would we trust, let's say, others involved in these operations? Because if there's a mole, if there's a traitor, all this collected information could then be relayed back to the Soviet Union. So just by being in the vicinity of counterintelligence operations, that doesn't tell us much of a story, right? So this whole Cohn thing, all the parties.
Well, Cohn the allegation exists, and it's generally thought that he was a closet homosexual.
Yeah, and sort of the parties, the parties that Trump did attend, with the women. He was never a drinker. Apparently, he wasn't. His thing was women, and so, but he's not a complete idiot. He knows that you shouldn't party with unknown people and stuff, and because you might get compromised with something. But it was just these hotels and the parties and all this stuff, and so I wouldn't trust Roy Cohn as far as I could throw him. And so FBI Director Hoover became aware of Cohn when he was 24 years old and recommended him to Senator Joe McCarthy. And so
who, by the way, interestingly, McCarthy picked Cohn over Bobby Kennedy. And I've heard it said that Bobby Kennedy and Cohn didn't get along. I think Bobby Kennedy hated Roy Cohn.
Yeah.
Interesting side note.
So this is an interesting chapter in all of this. And then so Trump's career, he cared about money, status, and women. He was not a politician. He had no credibility really with conservatives. His father and some of Donald's friends were associated with the John Birch Society, which is not necessarily a good thing, because this is just the misleading truther stuff. And then in the book, in the book American Compromat, we learn how in the final phase of the Cold War, Trump bought hundreds of television sets for the Hyatt Hotel from Joy Lutt Electronics, a dealer that supplied the Soviets and Soviet diplomats with multi-standard television sets and recording devices. And that store was likely under the control of the KGB. So why would Donald buy his television sets from Joy Lutt Electronics? The FBI suspected this electronics store, and in particular the manager Semyon Kislin, and that guy's contacts with the Russian mafia in the US. Kislin had also donated money to Rudy Giuliani's New York mayoral campaigns in 93 and 97. Well, and apparently Mr. Giuliani was grateful and gave Kislin some sort of a position in the city of New York. And that gave Kislin some sort of access to Trump as well. And you got stuff like this. David Bogatin needed, he bought several apartments in the Trump Tower in 1984. And those sort of businesses. And you had Tamia Sapia.
There's one of the things that, intelligence services need to launder money, and there's been speculation that the Russian mafia, which is connected with the Russian intelligence services, was laundering money through real estate. And of course, they could do that without the real estate people knowing what was going on, even though there's laws saying you're responsible, that if something suspicious happens. I'm not sure how the laws work, but there's been this accusation against Trump as well.
Yeah.
That Trump knowingly was making money through these deals that were essentially real estate as a way to launder money. I mean, this is how the Chinese triads in Canada laundered money, is through Canadian real estate.
So then in November of 1985, Trump attended a gala hosted by Armand Hammer, head of Occidental Petroleum, powerful company that had one foot solidly in the West and one foot solidly in the Soviet Union.
Armand Hammer was a KGB agent, according to Edward J. Epstein's Hammer file, which got declassified documents from France and Germany interwar.
And so then, for some reason, he became a serious candidate for the presidency. And I've done a video before on the CNP, the Council for National Policy, which is a very quiet organization, and people in the CNP. This is according to fairly recent books on the CNP. Some people, especially women in the CNP, they had grave reservations about Donald Trump. They wanted anybody but Trump. But somehow, somebody in the CNP, some people in the CNP supported Trump, and he became the candidate. And that's when more organizations started to support Trump, and especially the truthers. I remember Mr. Jones, the conspiracy guy from Texas. Initially, Jones thought that this presidential campaign of Trump was either just a publicity stunt to further the Trump brand, or it may have been a ploy to split the Republican vote or some sort. So this was the initial reaction. And then, over the span of a few months, Jones and the conspiracy buffs, they thought Trump was going to save America. He is the promise. He is the promise, the fulfillment of the promise of the old John Birch Society, because they already in the Cold War had claimed these Bircher networks or right-wing networks would someday save America. And so now Trump, who had no credibility with conservatives, Trump, who's never been a politician, he's now the savior, according to the marketing. And that was very, very strange indeed. And I've talked about the CNP before. They had, I think one of the presidents, he put out an actual conspiracy book, something New World Order, that kind of stuff. And then this was in American newspapers. This was one of the important guys in the CNP. officially he was a very staunch conservative, but then came all the allegations he was a closet homosexual, and he had some scandals from back in the day. So you never quite know who may be a mole or who may be under Russian influence in the CNP. So who knows why the CNP supported Trump? I mean, of course, there was the databases and the Cambridge Analytica stuff where they thought they could get the truthers to vote Republican. Whereas let's say in 2008, the truthers would not necessarily have gone out to vote Republican, or in 2004, right? So the truthers, they wouldn't necessarily vote at all, or they wouldn't vote a Republican. But in 2016, the truthers really went out and voted for Trump and the Republican Party. And so then this is
and of course you have from that, the movement that people believed there was the server in the Philippines that came out with the messages, the Q messages, right? QAnon.
Oh yeah.
That a lot of the QAnon people lammed onto this, that Trump was going to, everything's taken care of. In fact, it went on to pass the election saying, oh no, Biden's not really in power. Hillary Clinton was already arrested at Guantanamo.
This was a sting up. Watermarks,
right. They were being tried and
ballots.
executed, in Guantanamo. This kind of thing. There's still people a few holdouts that still believe in that.
Wasn't this character Steve Pacinic? Wasn't he saying something similar?
Yes, he was feeding that narrative, and Pacinic was a psychological warfare guy.
Didn't he work for Kissinger?
Kissinger hired him for the State Department as a psychological warfare. He's a psychiatrist or psychologist, a PhD, who worked in psychological warfare area.
Yeah,
and it was he was a Kissinger protege, and he ends up on here. Alex Jones is supposed to be against the insiders, and Kissinger was famously, if you read Gary Allen was a Bircher.
I got some somewhere on my many hard drives. I have a video file, a video file of the Alex Jones show. I think this was the first show after the disaster at the Capitol. The January 6th event, and so and I think it was Steve Pacinic on. And he had been on many times before, and he was making all these promises. It sounded like the Q stuff, but they were not going by.
It sounded exactly like it. Yeah, there's a secret coup going on, and we're changing everything. We're saving America. And it was all malarkey. It was all nonsense.
They didn't use these cryptic forum posts. They call them drops. They didn't use that as a source, but they were telling a very similar story. And so there were all these promises made, and then this Capitol event happened, and everybody was shocked, and Jones was shocked, and now he's in legal trouble for that, and he gets all these subpoenas. And so then, and I have this somewhere on my hard drives. So the next show, Jones has, I think, this Steve Pacinic guy on again, if I remember correctly. And so Jones is very, very disappointed, but Pacinic keeps expanding the story. No, this was not a disaster. This was a sting event. The watermark ballots, and we got him. It's all gonna happen. It's still gonna happen. And it's just, of course, it didn't happen.
And nobody hears of him again anymore. He's sort of vanished.
He vanished. He actually vanished. Okay, so that's that. So then we got this chapter about the Trump and the Deutsche Bank, actually. So this is a very important aspect to all of this, and I'm not aware how much news coverage there was in the United States, but of course we heard more about it because this is a German bank. This is one of the biggest German banks, one of the oldest, the Deutsche Bank. So at some point, Trump needed money badly, and somehow the Deutsche Bank loaned him a lot. And
how much?
So then a man called Valentin Bröcksmith, an informant who worked with U.S. federal authorities to investigate Trump's relationship with Deutsche Bank, Valentin Bröcksmith was found dead on a high school campus. And so we found out that the loans or some of the loans to Trump were secured or underwritten by the Russian state bank VTB. So
Oh boy.
in total,
So this is where I think I heard about this briefly a while ago. Where was this published?
this was in several publications, and
Hmm.
then because Deutsche Bank got in trouble because they, hang on a second, internal documents from Deutsche Bank included a New York branch of the bank called DBTCA, which loaned hundreds of millions to the companies of Donald Trump. And the DBTCA was at the center of a money laundering conspiracy. Deutsche Bank laundered roughly $10 billion for Russian customers. So this was a scandal here. So we heard about it, but Americans may not have heard that much about it.
Interesting. Yeah, this is the curious thing about Trump and his background and his wealth. When The Art of the Deal came out, I had a buddy that read the book and said, "Wow, he's got something there on real estate." And it was shortly thereafter when you had a real estate crash in the U.S. What was it? The late '80s, early '90s, maybe. Um, Trump just became a negative billionaire. That is, he went from owning
Yeah.
real estate worth a couple billion down to negative 2 billion. Now it's very interesting that when you owe the bank $100,000 or $500,000, you're in trouble if you can't pay the interest on it. But if you owe the bank $2 billion, the bank's in trouble, right?
Yeah. And of
So
course,
so they had invested in him in a sense, and so they had to in a way stick with him, and he managed this somehow to get out of it. But it's interesting, how did he get out of it, from going from, and how do you
yeah.
go from negative billions behind back up to being worth 10 billion or whatever
Yeah.
he's claimed he's worth now?
So a lot of this stuff with Deutsche Bank is under investigation by U.S. entities. They're looking
How
into
much
this.
money? You said $10 billion was laundered?
No, this was Deutsche Bank, were and several Russian connected customers. So this was a separate scandal,
Hmm.
and this was very, very embarrassing. And so now this picture emerges. Donald Trump had a hard time at some point finding new money, finding new loans, and then Deutsche Bank saves him. Basically, they loan him money, and of
And
course,
it's arranged. Say that again. It's arranged by the Russian state bank.
no, the picture is this. So Deutsche Bank was considering loaning money to Trump, but Deutsche Bank wanted to spread out the risk. They wanted to see if other financial institutions internationally would come on board, sort of to give their opinion or to underwrite loans. And apparently, the VTB bank from Russia, they were willing to work with Deutsche Bank. And so this is a very, very important aspect in all of this. And we heard a lot about it because it's a German bank. And but this is still under investigation. Who exactly did what? And so yeah, so this is basically the picture that emerges. The Russians get involved with Deutsche Bank, and Deutsche Bank gets involved with Trump and the Trump family and the Trump business.
And
So
and the VTB bank is what, the first or the second largest bank in Russia? It's one of the two, isn't it?
it's one of the top
It's
three
one of the biggest
banks, and it's
banks. It's
at the time it was 60.9% state owned by the Russian Federation. So just
Yeah,
for the people.
that's one of those usual
Yeah,
NEP
just
type
so just
outfits. Yeah.
just so the truthers out there understand, the Russians they have big merchant banks too. It's not just the Western big banks; the Russians have them too, and they also
Well,
the
they have
Russians.
to take in all this money for all the minerals and the gas and the oil
Yeah,
they
and
sell.
if the Russians didn't have these merchant banks, and if the Russians had not virtually copied Western central banking, the Russians could now not really finance themselves throughout the Ukraine war.
By the way,
So
the VTB Bank was actually founded under the Soviet Union with the help from the Russian State Bank,
great, just
right? In
great. I mean,
1990. That was the
yeah,
Soviet times.
but
So it's an
according
actual Soviet institution
yeah,
technically.
but according to the truther view on things, it was like when the Soviet Union fell, these Western Jewish Illuminati banks, and basically the Jewish Illuminati conspiracy, the conspiracy tried to take over Russia and force this Western banking system onto Russia. And brave hero Vladimir Putin and some others, they defended against this conspiracy, and they would not have a Western style, Jewish style central bank and merchant banks. But that is absolutely not true. They copied the Western system, and that's what kept them going so far. And they try to get in bed with not just Deutsche Bank. They also when let's say a Russian aluminum company like I think Rusal was it. If I remember correctly, Rusal needed money. So somehow they contacted the Rothschilds of all people, and asked them to find investors, to find new money. So this is just the reality. This is how the Russians did their banking, and so
And in fact, in 2007, I think that the VTB Bank had the largest public offering and raised $8 billion. And I don't know if it's probably been surpassed now, but it was at the time the largest such operation of a bank going public and selling shares. I'm sure that's not the case today because of what's happened with the war and everything, but it really was quite the thing in the capitalist world at one time.
yeah, of course, and all these deals. I mean, how does Tucker Carlson think the Russians sold their gas to us? They needed banks. They needed banks,
Yeah.
and they reinvested these profits. And they had all these shell companies. You just didn't move money from point A to point B. They were moving it from point A to B to C to D, blah blah blah,
And by the way, before the 2014 Euromaidan revolution, I believe the the VTB Bank was one of the largest banks in Ukraine as well.
oh
It
yeah,
had a subsidiary in Ukraine. Yeah.
oh yeah, and this German investigative author Jürgen Roth, he wrote about this before 2014. He wrote about Gazprom. He wrote about the German left, the politicians, and how they were getting into bed with former Stasi people. This was public knowledge even before 2014, and so all this money that was moved around. So
So
if you were a buddy of Putin, if you knew him early,
mhm.
you would get to have a one of these shell companies, one of these in-between companies that had no legitimate purpose, as far as I can tell. And so money was moved through your company. This person who knew Putin from his old, judo club or whatever, this person would get a cut, a percentage, and the rest of the money was then moved on. And so German intelligence, German foreign intelligence knew about this, and they made all these reports. The investigative author Jürgen Roth quoted from some of these intelligence reports. And so if the intelligence agency knew, that means our German government must have known about Ukraine and Gazprom and all these oligarchs and what they're doing and how they were moving money around. So,
Yeah, and so the VTB Bank basically guaranteed Deutsche Bank's loan to Trump. Is
they
that
say underwriting. So it's just like
underwriting? Well,
sharing the risk
sharing the
and
risk,
or
right?
or or basically making it so that somebody at Deutsche Bank could internally justify that loan to the Trumps. So if some other financial institute says, yeah, this is a good idea, Deutsche Bank.
And what year was this? Was this 2016? This wasn't 2016,
This
was it?
was. Hang on a second. I'd have to look that up real quick. So yeah, this is how that went. Hang on a second. Let me just pull that
Yeah,
right up.
those are the things that make you stop and think and wonder, if we're being, you talk about the scissors strategy where the Russians get on both sides of a political thing. whether it's Russia being for India and China for Pakistan, or whether it's, the left in America being, like Black Lives Matter and Antifa being guided by the Chinese, where the right is manipulated by the Russians, which we see in the case of Carlson and Douglas McGregor and Scott Ritter and other figures on the far right in America. This idea of the scissors of manipulating two sides in a political struggle is a very serious. It needs serious consideration.
Yeah.
It really does.
Okay. What have we here? This is
Did you?
yeah. I can find quite a bunch of
Yeah.
stories here. I just have to find. Well, it
Uh,
says here. This is the Financial Times. This is
okay.
from.
And
This is from 2017. The headline is
okay.
Donald Trump's debt to Deutsche Bank. As
Hmm.
others shied away, the German bank lent money for several projects, but the president and lender face increased scrutiny over their ties. So it says blah blah blah. So this was about Trump's project, very big project. This was about a big loan for the Trump International Hotel and Tower in downtown Chicago. Da, 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 da. So Deutsche Bank seemed to come through for him on a pretty regular basis, says a person involved in the refinancing of the General Motors building in Manhattan. One of the bank's breakthrough U.S. deals with Mr. Trump in the late 1990s, they stepped into a void, says another restructuring expert. And then they list these several projects. And
Yeah.
it's also, here's the trouble. Deutsche Bank faces various legal proceedings in the US, including an investigation by the Department of Justice into a Russian money laundering scheme. Say that again, Russian money laundering scheme for which the bank paid about $600 million of fines to other regulators in January. It's also facing a probe by the DOJ into whether Deutsche's traders and those of other banks manipulated the prices of US treasuries. And blah 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 blah. Okay, this was looking for the VTB, but this was reported on when
Yeah, because there's such a number of different dealings, like the real estate dealings that I read about back in 2017, 2016, when, or actually 2017, when this was coming out in the U.S. press and people were speculating what were these Russian connections to some of the real estate deals. But it's business dealings are difficult to, especially those kind of dealings, difficult to understand because of the way it works. Somebody's buying a piece of property. Are they paying more for it than the market value? This is how they do the
yeah
money laundering, I think. And then they sell it for less, and people pick up the difference here and there. I think that's how it works. Maybe somebody who's knowledgeable about these things can explain it better. Usually, the newspaper stories are very superficial, and you really can't tell much, and you don't know how much is just prejudice, against Trump. You don't know, there are attempts to smear him, so you don't know exactly how to read it. This is what makes it very difficult.
it says here American politicians are seeking documents, records, and any suspicious activity. Reports referencing loans the bank extended involving Bayrock, a developer, and several real estate deals, including the Trump
Yeah.
Soho Hotel and several Russian banks, including Sberbank, Vneshekonombank Group, and VTB Group. And so some of these stories, then they get into this this underwriting
Mm.
this underwriting process. So this was quite a big scandal over here, and it extends, of course, into the United States. Let me just try to find this without that one reference. Here it says, this is Newsweek. Trump administration to lift sanctions on Putin-linked oligarchs' companies. and the bank linked to Trump Tower Moscow project will benefit. Blah blah
Mhm.
blah. It says,
Yeah, there was always this talk about this tower project in Moscow that never really materialized. But one has to wonder what this all is, and all the bugging of Trump's transition team, which the head of the National Security Agency revealed to Trump on when he was
yeah,
president-elect, like in mid-November after he was elected in 2016. Huge scandal around that. A lot of the details around them trying to get Trump and stuff. There's an ambiguity. I believe there is an element of Russian. From my own personal investigations, there's a network of agents, difficult to identify, but the pattern of their activity is visible. If you get into the details of the personalities operating around Trump, you can see there's something going on, but it's very hard to know, who is just a dupe or an idiot, or who is actually wittingly working for the Russians, if anyone. It's like nobody, I would never argue that Tucker Carlson is a witting agent of Russia, though he somehow is serving that function, I think, because of his lack of knowledge about Russia. With Scott Ritter, I think it may be a different story given his criminal background as a former arms control inspector that worked in Russia and then has this problem, this sexual predatory of underage girls problem that he got jailed for here in the U.S. Douglas McGregor, Colonel Douglas McGregor, who I've interviewed and talked to, I don't understand, being a military expert himself, making the statements about the Ukraine war, which are just flat technically wrong, saying the war was over on the 10th day of the war, saying it's not going to go on more than another 10 days. And here we are approaching 2 years. It just completely discredited himself. Why? Although
yeah,
the know nothings, the Vulgarians, they believe him because of his background. He's a hero. He's a war hero.
yeah.
He's a military guy.
Well,
He
the
sounds right wing.
well, it's I mean, it's a pretty common theme among the truthers that when they get in trouble, whether it be Alex Jones or Donald Trump or others, when they get in trouble, they will always play the victim, and they will always
Mm-hmm.
tell the audience they are being the target of a grand conspiracy, this big left-wing, globalist, whatever type conspiracy. So this becomes an automated process. No matter what
Mm-hmm.
happens, no matter what these people are caught with, they will immediately tell their audience, this is an attack, a mean, unfair attack on all of us. So,
Mm-hmm.
of course, these people then have to defend, Jones or Trump or whoever. And we have reached this stage right now, with the Colorado Supreme Court decision recently,
Mm-hmm.
where I think if I understand it correctly, because I'm not too familiar with American constitutional law, this decision to exclude Trump
Yes.
from Colorado, this
The
decision,
Supreme Court
yeah,
struck it down already.
but they struck it down already.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
But when this the Colorado Supreme Court, when they said in I think it was a 4-3 decision, they don't think
Yes.
he is eligible. Immediately you saw the truthers on Twitter. I mean, sometimes people who have millions of listeners or hundreds of thousands of listeners
Mm-hmm.
with the various shows, immediately these people started talking about a civil war. That
Yes.
this was already rigging the election, and so we know it's going to be rigged in 2024 and blah 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 blah. So it's going to be a civil war. I mean, this is way bigger than the average truther that plays the victim. This is something that
Yeah.
is a powder keg.
And if you talk about the KGB involvement in this, I think there's evidence that the Russians have wanted to cause a civil war in the United States for a long time. And I cite Colonel Igor Panarin, who was given this assignment, unclear what the real classified title of it was, in 1991 under the Soviet Union, to study the likelihood, supposedly, of a civil war. I think study the ways it could be brought about is what I suspect, because Panarin has been very intensive. He teaches at the High Diplomatic School in Moscow. He's a KGB colonel, and he has. You'll see there's different presentations. I think he's done them in English. His English isn't that great, but he's done them about how America will be divided into five different countries and how this is inevitable and how America has these dividing lines. And it's really very intensively and ingeniously studied, Panarin. And I get the idea watching it, because all these in the Soviet Academy of Sciences, now the Russian Academy of Sciences, they have all these think tanks and institutes. Every branch of science is trying to figure out how to pull capitalism, how to pull the West into pieces, how to divide and
Yeah.
conquer us. And I think that was really his assignment. And his knowledge of America's political divides is really very interesting because there's a whole, I know this from being in political science, there's this whole, and it was the former head of my department who was did this at when he was the head of the political science department at Princeton, uh, um, Harry Eckstein. Harry Eckstein, it was division in cohesion was kind of his expertise, that in all polities, there are these fissures, these divisions in all political systems. He wrote a famous book about division and cohesion in Norway, was like one of his masterworks. And I have that here somewhere. It's quite interesting. And you compare different countries on how easily divided, what are the fissures in the society, what are the things that cohere the society. So then if you were going to make a strategy to cause a civil war in America, you would look at the fissures, how to widen them, and you'd look at the things that make the country cohesive, and you would go to weaken that,
Yeah.
right? As a practical matter, if you're going to be a social engineer, if you're going to engineer a civil war, this is what you're going to do. And what I see in the rhetoric of both the left and the right that I think is infiltrated by Russian and Chinese agents, I'm seeing them exactly working on these fissures to deepen them and to set us at each other's throats. And so when people have talked, there was a guy that wrote the book America's Second Civil War. He wrote it around 2000, and I have it here somewhere. And I read it, and I wrote a review of it for um, um, Sierra Times when I wrote there, and it was like they were happy, And this guy was kind of had a Confederate, pro South kind of point of view. I gathered from reading it that he wanted the Confederacy to exist again. There's
Hmm.
people like that in the U.S. that dream of Dixie rising again, although Dixie doesn't really even exist anymore. But their Sons of the Confederacy still exists, and the problem is, and you've got talk about Texas now. You probably saw that Texas Governor Abbott has looked
Hmm.
into Texas and leave the Union according to some rule about how they entered the Union, as because Texas was its own republic for a decade after they got their independence from Mexico. But the key thing is that you can see this being worked on, and I know there's a lot of these very alienated right wing people, often very religious people, who don't want anything to do with the evil, abortion, even
Hmm.
though now Roe versus Wade, they want to have their own Christian country. They don't want to be a part of these, not even realizing that the states themselves don't divide this way. It's really all the urbanized areas are left wing,
Yeah.
and the small towns and the country areas are right wing. They don't even realize it doesn't break down the way they think. And so it's not, it's horrible. I mean, the
I mean,
division.
to me, the Republicans, the Republicans need they need 10 candidates, strong candidates in every state who can win elections. So if one falls off a cliff, they still have 9 who can win the election. So there needs to be a broad array of really good candidates, especially for the presidential races. But when you listen to these MAGA people, it's almost like they are it's the, we call it the Führer principle, right? You know,
Hmm.
this
Yeah,
maniacal following of one guy who is, I mean,
one guy.
In Trump's case, who's very old, he's very narcissistic. Nobody wants to work with him. He's a train wreck in many ways. But these people, they cling to this one guy, and they start hating on
Yeah.
Nikki Haley. They start hating on Ron DeSantis, and they cause all this trouble in the Republican Party. What is that? I mean, if you need more candidates to win
Well,
elections, but these MAGA people,
yeah.
they've wasted so much time and money and effort on this one guy. Why didn't you spend all this time and money to build up 10 guys who are better than Trump?
Right.
Why
Well,
not?
see, the thing is, Trump was a media star already, and he was a kind of favorite of the gossip papers in New York for many years. He was a celebrity rich guy who had personality plus. He was flamboyant. He was interesting to the public that was interested in scandals and interested in the lives of the rich and famous, so to speak. And so he had this TV show where he'd fire people, and he would put them to the test as executives, and it was very cleverly produced as TV shows. So he's a TV celebrity, and in this modern, I go back to Entertaining Ourselves to Death, to Neil Postman's book, and there's a lot of truth in that we're a post-literate society. People don't read, but they watch TV, and you'll notice that the people who sell books are the people that get on TV.
Mm-hmm.
And the people that buy, less than back in the 80s when people were reading more books, only 2% of the people in the United States would buy more than one book a year.
Oops.
That was in the 80s. Now I'm sure it's less than 1% buy more than one book a year. Books, you can't, it's a very small group that read books.
Oh God.
In our society, we really are, and we're getting more post illiterate with people picking up their phone and doing everything on,
Yeah.
social media, watching videos. I mean, we're doing it now because we have no choice, right? How are we going
Yeah,
to
but
reach people?
we read a ton of books and we tell people what's the most interesting
Right.
stuff in those books and how they all
Well,
intertwine.
we're trying to analyze it, right? We're just not, one of the problems, and Berglund points this out, the thing that makes ideology, that makes everything so, it's this vulgarian presentation of undigested fact, unanalyzed topics, he calls it. Unanalyzed topics. So you don't analyze the topic correctly for
Yeah.
people, since most people can't do the analysis themselves, and then it's just like what the Birchers do. You just arrange certain facts in order, and it's the conspiracy, when you haven't really proven it enough. None of the facts, you put a fact next to another fact supposedly proves something, but people don't really understand what proof is, so
Yeah.
they think something's been proven, and they don't understand that there's a lot of questions that we never know the answers to, and that's not a proof of
Yeah.
anything. And they don't. So this problem is, then you slant it, and you use innuendo and guilt by association, and you create the illusion that you've given proof. This is what I run into all the time: is people think things are proven and things are true that are by no means proven or true. This is where conspiracy theory replaces,
Yeah.
it's like I did the bit about the lunar, people who believe we didn't land on the moon. And the big thing, I had somebody arguing with me, and he's talking about the Van Allen belts burning up the astronauts
Yeah.
with
Yeah.
radiation going through them. And I had to go dig out a quote from Van Allen himself, the
Yeah. The guy.
scientist who, I think he lived to 2002 or 3 or whatever, but somebody wrote a letter saying, who was fighting this America didn't land on the moon thing, and he wrote to the guy back, and he said the radiation doesn't do that. It doesn't. It's going to
Yeah.
burn them up. There's a way to fly through it, and they also insulated the spacecraft to minimize the radiation exposure the astronauts got. But yeah, the astronauts got exposure to radiation. When you fly an airplane above 30,000 feet, you're getting exposure to more radiation.
Yeah.
But it's just, this thing is, you can't. And I get these people on my website. I allow discussion on my website, and I sometimes have to disallow it because you get hundreds of these crazed
You get
people. They're just trying to post
swamped.
constantly. And the thing is, they don't know what they're talking about. And they
Yeah.
don't even do basic research to go, well, is this really true? And what would Van Allen say? And you just go to the usual things and try to analyze it. And it quickly under close examination, all these things fall apart.
I mean,
But they,
recently I tried to watch the new Oppenheimer movie with my wife, right?
oh, did you?
Yeah, we tried, and
Uh-huh.
we didn't get very far because it seemed so soft on communism, and it seemed so soft on the Soviet Union, and maybe
Hmm.
if I get to finish the whole movie, maybe I get a fuller picture of this. But it was just like this. Well, they show this Oppenheimer, character in the movie because it's a movie. These are actors. You're not reading the book, and it's based on a book. I just picked up a copy of it today. So you're watching a movie, okay? So it's not reality.
Hmm.
And so you see this Oppenheimer character as a student, and he's hanging around with these communists, and some of them they collect money for the communists in the Spanish Civil War, and they have this connection and that connection, and they sort of kind of try to recruit him. And he does say in the movie that he finds the writings of Karl Marx to be overly simplistic, and he thinks it's ridiculous. But at the same time, you see this man, a scientist, who's not really of course he's not really jiving with anything outside science. Of course, Germany is not a place to be in at some point. So he goes to America, and he's like alienated from the military, and he does work with the military, but there's this grave disconnect, and the way the military is portrayed in the movie, I have issues with. And then there's this meeting. This is at some point I was skipping through the movie because I didn't like it that much. And so there's this meeting between Oppenheimer and President Truman. And Truman is played by Gary Oldman. And Gary Oldman is a famous actor, and he's terrific at playing bad guys. So he's playing Truman. And so basically Oppenheimer is trying to pour out his heart. He feels responsible for the use of the bomb or the bombs in Japan. But then Truman says, "Who are you? Nobody remembers you. I used the bomb. So forget about your sentiments. I used the bomb. I will be remembered, not you." And then Oppenheimer says to him, "Well, I feel like I have blood on my hands." And then Truman pulls out this napkin thing, and this white napkin, and he's wiggling the napkin as if to say, "Well, just wipe the blood off your hands and move on with your day." So this is basic. I mean, I'm not a fan of Truman either, but it's almost like a communist would view history in that
Right.
sense. So it's like
Absolutely. Yes.
these evil right wingers. They have no conscience, and here you have this nice scientist who is halfway a leftist, and he's under investigation.
And so they probably portray Colonel Leslie Groves as a bad guy too. The head of the engineering section that the army controlled, right?
I
He's
don't
a
remember.
bad guy.
I haven't seen the full movie yet. I'm reading the book first. I'm gonna read this darn book, and then I'll watch the movie. And there's this the final scene where I think it's a final scene because I skimmed through the rest of the movie where Oppenheimer is talking to Albert Einstein, who was a communist, but Einstein is
Einstein
presented
wasn't
as
allowed in the Manhattan
no,
Project, I
and
understand, was he?
Einstein is presented as this this iconic sort of character who understands, the universe, and somehow you're supposed to think he understands humanity and politics, which he didn't. And so I didn't like the movie or what I've seen about the movie. So I just picked up a copy of the book. I think the original title was something American Prometheus, and I bought the German edition today
Yeah, yeah. I
because
think
I
that is
saw
the
it
title.
in a bookstore. I actually go to bookstores, and so I'm gonna read this book, and then I'm gonna get my own thoughts about it, and it's probably more entertaining than the movie. And if the book is terrible, I can still learn from the book because it's terrible. So even if a book I read is terrible, it's still worth reading because you can figure out why it's terrible, what the manipulation is, what they're leaving out, what if you compare it to all these other books you read, like for example the Trinity book on the espionage. This really goes into Klaus Fuchs and Piles and Frisch and all these spy rings in Britain and the molds that must have sabotaged the investigations into Klaus Fuchs by the MI5. So you need to read more books, and then you can just figure these things out and understand the past
And
a
then
lot more.
as you know more, you're able to see things like, wait a minute, Chapman
Yeah,
Pictures
yeah,
write about Roger Hollis, or his deputy was right about him, the Spycatcher scandal. You get to start to see who's who, and
yeah.
they're all human beings. They all make mistakes, but who is actually consciously working with the enemy? And it's the War of the Moles. It's the Wilderness of Mirrors. So anyway, we've done 4 hours, so we need to stop now because it's already too long. But this has been great. We covered an awful lot of ground, and I hope it was educational for everybody that did this. I want to thank you for listening and taking notes. This has been a kind of seminar, 4 hour seminar today for the right wing being controlled by the communists, manipulated by them, just as the left, we know about useful idiots. Useful idiots on the right, you could call this. And I'm Jeff Nyquist in the United States. With me has been Alex Benesch. And we thank you for joining us and hope you will join us next time.